Wow. Okay, this is quite something. Hello, good morning. Welcome, everybody. Let's. Good morning, and give me steam. It's time for Golden VCR. Oh, sorry. Bye, Maria. Howdy doody, everybody. It's Monday, ain't it? Good morning. We had a few things come through. We had 45 bits yesterday from the Let's Play Baseball Curse, who says it's not much, but it's what I have left. Thanks for doing what you do. Thank you. Jace has resubbed. Thank you for the 6-month resub, Jace. Jace says, hey, did you know that the critically acclaimed Twitch TV Golden VCR has a free stream that includes the entirety of A Sheen Reborn, plus the entirety of Drum Blood and the award-winning Donuts Word expansion. Up to Broadcast 66 with no restrictions. On chill vibes. Thank you for the... That's the Final Fantasy XIV meme, right? I only played Final Fantasy XI. I didn't play 14. I want to go back in time and play the launch version of Final Fantasy XIV, the one that was like really bad, and that had Chocobo translated as chicken horse. Seemingly Jess, thank you for the 6-month resub, half a year of tapes. Haley92, 6-month resub. I can't believe it's been 6 months. Holy shit, neither can I. Boop Snoot, resub at 5 months. Thank you, thank you. Give me points. Give me points. You can use them to make ghosts here on Golden VCR. Okay. We're gonna go cable in the classroom this morning. If you get tired of war and you want peace, we can do a poll. 6 months from Luna Gazer. Thank you, Luna. I recently watched Masters of the Air, so I figured I'd see what this Time Life tape sent in by the Bella Money about World War II in the air is all about. Beginning with the epic struggle of the British Royal Air Force against Hitler's Luftwaffe in the Battle of Britain, air power would play an increasingly vital role in each theater of WW2. From intricately choreographed long-range assaults by sky-blackening squadrons of Allied bombers to the split-second heroism of one-on-one dogfights, World War II became the first conflict in which ultimate victory depended on winning the air war. Let's check this out. I've got several tapes today that I'd like to get through. So we are not necessarily fully committed to this one. But it might have cool logos and cool history. Welcome to my private home. Little line. Intense. I have a couple of weird children's videos for you, in fact. Stay tuned for those. Wow, they're really holding on this very boring logo. That's not World War II. That's not World War II. Hey, 6 months. Thank you, Rebel Tech TV. Nuggus Martin Productions. The century of warfare. Yeah, there was a lot of global war in the 20th century.
Look, it's gonna get dark soon.
During the Great War, there'd been no dramatic increase in aircraft speed. The 90 miles per hour achieved by this BE-2A of 1914 rose only to 125 miles per hour as reached by the fighters of 1917 and 1918. Aircraft range, however, was vastly extended. When the Frenchman Louis Blériot flew across the 20 miles of English Channel in 1909, it was considered an amazing feat. Yet exactly 10 years later, two Englishmen, John Alcock and Arthur Whitten Brown, succeeded in crossing the Atlantic, crash landing on the Irish coast in their converted Vickers Vimy bomber. Between the two world wars, flying caught the imagination of the world. Pilots like the American Charles Lindbergh and the Englishwoman Amy Johnson trailblazed their way around the world.
We once were in Dayton and went to the U.S. Air Force Museum.
Airlines followed in their wake, dramatically
they have huge
speeding up
hangars full of,
communications
like,
around the
historical
globe
aircraft.
and bringing its peoples closer together.
And it was kind of interesting to see all these
Aircraft flew
inter-war
ever
planes.
faster and ever higher.
Like they had these crappy planes in World War I, and then by World War II they had like
As for the military use
giant
of
bombers
aircraft,
and
the creation of
eventually fighter
embryo
jets.
strategic bombing forces during 1914.
But in the middle, there's all these military
cast a
aircraft
long
that like
shadow.
were just developed by the military-industrial
The
complex.
air theorists of the
to
1920s and
improve
1930s
aircraft when there
believed
was
that
no
the
like
bomber could
U.S.
win
involved
wars on
war
its
going
own
on.
by striking at the heart of an enemy nation.
So there's all these weird. It's like kind of like there's like these weird like
But
gun
the fighters
tank.
still had an important role to play in gaining and maintaining air superiority.
I don't know, it's like
over the
mobile suit
ground.
variations. If you're a Gundam nerd, like the stuff that they only made
Up until
model
the
kits of, but weren't
mid-1930s,
actually in
the
a
fighter
show.
looked little
That's a very
different to
nerdy
that
way
of
of
the Great
describing it.
War. Its wooden construction and twin planes meant a comparatively slow rate of climb, making it difficult to intercept bombers before they dropped their bombs. The coming of the metal-framed monoplane fighter changed this. Its significantly higher performance meant that it could catch the bombers in time.
So we're
This
going to
was
learn
especially
about.
so now that newly introduced radar could now give much earlier
We're going to
warning
learn
of
about the
bomber's
Battle of
approach
Britain, I
than
think.
earlier methods based on sound.
And then, if y'all want, we can switch to Peace Britain.
At the outbreak
and
of
tour
war, the
England in
Germans had a
1989.
first-class fighter in the Messerschmitt Me-109. It had already proved itself in Spain during the Civil War, and the 109 Emil, which entered service in 1939, was capable of speeds of over 350 miles per hour. The German fighter pilots had also developed a highly effective combat formation, the Finger 4, much more flexible than the RAF's Vic formation. The Germans also had the twin-engined Me-110, whose role was as a bomber escort. This too flew at more than 350 miles per hour, but lacked the maneuverability of the 109. During the Blitzkrieg years of 1939-41, the Luftwaffe tried to gain immediate air supremacy by destroying opposing air forces on the ground. While it was never wholly successful in this, its fighters outmatched their often obsolete opponents, and so air supremacy was quickly achieved. This did much to ensure the success of the ground offensives.
By the end of World War II, the United States had produced over 300,000
The Luftwaffe
airplanes.
had during this first period of the war was against Britain's RAF in 1940 during the
Which
Battle
is
of Britain.
pretty
There were a
mind-blowing.
number of reasons for this.
Like, the scale of this war was immense.
The RAF had two fighters which could match those of the Luftwaffe. The workmanlike Hurricane was more maneuverable than the Me-110. The Supermarine Spitfire lacked the firepower of the Me-109, having just .303-inch machine guns as opposed to the latter's heavy machine guns and 20mm cannon, which meant that it was outranged. On the other hand, its top speed was equivalent to the Me-109, and the Spitfire's controls were less sluggish at high altitude. The cockpit was also less cramped. Thus, the two were evenly matched in performance. But the Me-109 had a serious drawback in that it only carried sufficient fuel for just over an hour's flying. This drastically limited its combat time over the English coast. The British radar stations also gave timely warning. This, together with a very efficient command and control system, often enabled the RAF fighters to gain altitude over their opponents, as important in air combat as it had been in 1918. Indeed, the Luftwaffe paid dearly for failing to maintain its attacks on the radar system. RAF Fighter Command won the crucial Battle of Britain, but was not so successful the following year, 1941. It took the battle to the Luftwaffe with cross-channel sweeps in order to draw the German fighters up into the air. Now the Germans, operating close to their bases in northern France, had more fuel available for combat than their opponents.
The Allies basically had to just have this whole long air war.
Hitler's
Bombing
invasion of
strategic
Russia in June
targets in Europe
1941
and,
did, however, weaken the German fighter strength in the
baiting
West.
the Luftwaffe into, attacking their bombers so that they could destroy
But
the
during the second
Luftwaffe
half
little
of
by little.
1941, the
so that they
Germans
could have air
introduced the
superiority
formidable
for a land
Focke-Wulf
invasion.
FW-190. Able to attain a speed of well over 400 miles per hour, it could at low altitude outmaneuver the Spitfire 5 then in service. Yet the Me-109
By the time D-Day
remained the
happened,
main
we
German
had,
fighter,
blown up
because the
at all the
performance of
German
the
planes,
190
more or
fell
less.
off above 20,000 feet.
At great,
The 109
at great
Questar,
cost.
which appeared in early 1942, performed well at the higher altitudes and soon became the backbone of the fighter arm. This was especially after the US 8th Air Force began its daylight bombing offensive against occupied Europe in earnest at the end of that year. The main American fighter was the P-47 Thunderbolt, which, like the Spitfire and the Me-109, underwent several improvements during the war. This again was able to achieve speeds of well over 400 miles per hour, but for much of the war over northwest Europe, it was tied to the American bombers as their escort, and suffered from lack of range when it came to accompanying them deep into Germany. The advent of the P-51B Mustang, with extra fuel tanks in 1944, overcame this problem. At the same time, in order to establish and maintain air supremacy over France and the Low Countries in preparation for the Normandy landings, the American fighters were unleashed from the bombers. Simultaneously, the RAF introduced the Hawker Tempest, which, like later versions of the Thunderbolt, could fly at over 450 miles per hour. On the Eastern Front, the Germans enjoyed air supremacy up until 1943. Obsolete Soviet types, like these Polikarpov I-15s and I-16s, were no match for the German fighters. But the Russians enjoyed a strong aeronautical design tradition, and by mid-1943 they had introduced aircraft like this MiG-3, capable of matching the Luftwaffe. They were helped by the supply of almost 20,000 British and American aircraft under Lend-Lease, and some Western Allied fighter squadrons even fought on the Eastern Front for a time. Thus, the Germans found themselves also facing British Hurricanes, as well as American P-39 Aero Cobras and P-40 Warhawks. In the early months of the war in North Africa, obsolete Italian CR-42s took off to duel with just as elderly British Gloucester Gladiators.
Okay, in the interest of democracy and
3 gladiators,
potentially getting through
nicknamed
tapes
Faith,
faster,
Hope and Charity,
I have created a poll.
provided the mainstay of the British air defence during the early months of the Siege of Malta. In the Pacific War, the Japanese Mitsubishi Zero fighter dominated during the first part of the conflict. Contrary to preconceived Western beliefs, the Japanese pilots proved to be just as skillful as their adversaries. But 1944 saw the advent of the jet fighter, with the British Meteor combating German V-1 flying bombs.
This is interesting to me, but it's also so far just like these are all the kinds of planes that there
jet
were.
Aircraft, the German prototype Heinkel HE-178, actually flew as early as August 1939. RAF officer Frank Whittle had been working in Britain on jet engines for many years before his Gloucester Whittle first flew in May 1941.
Yeah, I mean, some tapes are more meme-worthy than others, and some tapes are more just like fun than others. And I try not to let that sway me too much, because the spirit of this channel is just like
ME-262,
let's see what's on these
Germany's
tapes.
first operational jet, was delayed into service because for a long time Hitler wanted it to be a
But
bomber
I do,
rather
you know,
than a fighter.
so, there are times when you want
The
fun.
Germans also introduced the Arado
So I try to give the
234,
people what they
the
want.
so-called Blitz bomber.
It's hard. It's a hard balance to strike.
But faster than all the jets
Hey, 5 months
was the
before fun, huh?
ME-163 Comet rocket plane,
Oh, you
which
just
could
got a
reach
new
a speed
kitty.
of almost 600 miles per hour.
Excellent.
But it only had fuel for
bet
90
it's
seconds
adorable.
of flight, after which it operated as a high-speed glider. The Americans too developed a jet fighter, the Lockheed P-80 Shooting Star. But although
Okay.
2 were sent to Italy in spring 1945,
This tape
it entered
is
service too late to see action.
The Century of Warfare from Time Life Video. If you would
During
like to see it in its
1939-45,
entirety,
aircraft were used
purchase
for
this tape.
spotting targets and controlling artillery fire.
shall we move on to I think it's time finally to tour England, because we've toured Ireland in Broadcast 24 and we've toured Scotland in Broadcast 44. I think we need to finish this box set. Tour scenic England, the island in the Silver Sea that holds a special place for us all. See the legendary sights, traditions, and sparkle of this glorious country with historic castles and cathedrals, from Buckingham Palace to Windsor Castle, from the coronation of Queen Elizabeth to the investiture of the Prince of Wales, from the royal weddings of Charles and Andrew to the lands of Shakespeare and Robin Hood. Tour London, the Tower, Houses of Parliament, Westminster Abbey, St Paul's, St James and Hyde Park, the Royal Opera House, Covent Garden, Madame Tussauds Waxworks, Jack the Ripper's London and dazzling Piccadilly Circus. Marvel at Stonehenge and Bath, stroll Oxford and Cambridge universities, see the mighty fortress at Warwick, view the world's most beautiful castle at Leeds, visit Liverpool, the city that spawned the Beatles, on to beautiful lake country of Wordsworth and to the Yorkshire moors of the Bronte sisters, journey to nearby Wales where their gifted son, the late Richard Burton, talks about his country. It's all here, the royal pageantry and heritage of what was once the home of the world's greatest empire. We are touring England with Questar home video presentations. Let's do it. Cool Britannia, Britannia, you are hip. Oh, wait. Wait, how does it go? All right. This is Touring England. We're finally doing it. We're finally going back to England. I don't believe that was perfect RP. It was a mishmash of the British Isles.
Only an island. But from this island, so modest in size that no place is more than 75 miles from the sea, from this small green castle island sprang parliamentary government, the most far-flung empire ever known, and the language that holds together the free world.
And
For nations on 5 continents, this island holds the mother country of their parliaments and their civil law.
Parliaments.
And for millions of North Americans, it's an ancestral homeland.
Oh yeah, these are produced
London is its hub,
for Americans.
the center of the English-speaking universe, a capital of commerce, of theater and the arts, of entertainment, of elegant shopping and strolling, and of sights both curious and colossal. London is so great a city and England looms so large in reputation that a first-time visitor may lose sight of just how small this island is. Keep in mind that the places we'll be visiting are rarely more than a half-day's trip from London.
England isn't that small.
Canterbury, where an archbishop was murdered by the henchmen of a king.
It's smaller than America, for sure.
Prehistoric Stonehenge, as old as the pyramids of the pharaohs. Bath, a dazzling spa where kings and queens cavorted.
But it's not like you'd go from, you know, Cornwall to
Plymouth, from where the
Aberdeen
Pilgrim
for
Fathers
lunch.
set sail. Hauntingly familiar through the novels Jane Eyre and Wuthering Heights, the Yorkshire Moors. Glorious Blenheim Palace, ancestral home of Winston Churchill.
There's something just so un-English
An
about
ancient
this stock
Celtic
music.
kingdom of poetry and song, Wales. The port city of Liverpool, where the Beatles launched their fabulous careers. The serene Lake District. The renowned universities of Oxford and Cambridge. The oldest lived-in royal castle on earth, Windsor. And Shakespeare's Stratford upon Avon.
The oldest living royals on Earth.
This is Britain. Royal Britain.
Hey, it's Liz. Rip. Stompy boys.
Who are these English? Our hosts when we visit their island, moored as it is between the English Channel to the east and the dark Atlantic to the west.
This was produced in 1989.
Their long history reveals, sometimes brutally, that there is sterling a mixture of human odds and ends as those breeds known as Americans, Canadians, and Australians. And their roots go deeply into prehistory. Sheep graze among the sacred stones of a prehistoric race that peopled this island tens of centuries ago. whose cairns, dolmens, and mounds contour the countryside. These Welshmen are direct descendants of the Celts, with whom British history began. Their boats are coracles, the small boats of the Celts, unchanged since Britain was a patchwork of Celtic kingdoms. In the century before Christ, Julius Caesar invaded with his conquering legions. Romans laid the foundation of civilized Britain, stately temples and courts of law, baths and villas, roads and sewers, and agricultural know-how. You can visit Roman ruins in many parts of the island. When Rome fell and her legions marched sadly out of Britannia, warlike Teutonic tribes from the continent, Jutes, Angles, Saxons, crossed the Channel and took over the island, establishing several feisty kingdoms of their own. In time, the whole hotly contested island, Saxon kingdoms and all, became known as the land of just one of those Teutonic interlopers, the Angles. Angle land.
Everybody always
or
forgets
England.
Mercia.
And no sooner were things settling
East
down
Anglia.
than Vikings began invading.
Northumbria.
They hacked out a chunky kingdom of their own, with Jorvik, now called York, as their capital. Of these tribal ingredients, time was a yeast that gave rise to a national character. Then, as the mixture was beginning to settle, another invasion. In 1066, William, Duke of Normandy, crossed the English Channel and with his victory at Hastings conquered England. Now a dash of Norman French was added to the mixture. In our day, William might have made that trip from France to Britain under the Channel, enjoying a stupendous engineering project undertaken jointly by the Republic of France and the United Kingdom. A project that sparked endless debates among the English.
Oh, the Danelaw.
For that long.
Remember, I feel like people don't remember King Canute and the North Sea Empire. Like there was a brief
From
period of
this
time where
island
Anglo-Saxon
melting
England
pot
was
came a
ruled from
distinctively
Denmark.
British mold of character.
It was like part of an empire that included Denmark.
A Roman respect for law, a Teutonic devotion to duty, a Celtic passion for poetry,
There is your ship inside the bottle.
and a Viking's mastery of the sea, which for several centuries had made Britannia ruler of the waves.
It is easy to forget,
The British are famed for other traits too, some
like
of which
the
border on
myriad of
eccentricity.
cultural influences that shaped modern.
An old school sense of fair play.
It's a melting
If
pot
it's lacking,
in its
it
own way.
just isn't cricket.
It was like a medieval melting
An
pot,
obsession with their garden,
pre-medieval melting pot.
a dithery devotion
They're just
to their
so
dog,
they just got so good at cultural hegemony that we forgot
and a
about all
deeply
that.
felt loyalty to the Queen.
about all the many cultural influences.
Though they're aware that despite the royal pageantry, at times, she's just another doting grandmother. Europeans approached Britain from the east, crossing the English Channel by boat train or ferry from Calais in France, or Belgium's
Why is Dover
Ostend,
spelled with a
or the Hook
zero?
of Holland, disembarking as William the Conqueror had in the lovely south of England. Dover, and a first view of its chalky white cliffs. The city of Dover is a cross-channel port bustling with visitors to and from the continent. Garden of England is what the county of Kent is called, the pastoral England of the picture books, with fragrant fields to stroll in, and placid rivers for boating, with castles rising from shimmering moats. It was here in Leeds Castle that, as a young woman, Queen Elizabeth I was held prisoner. With a coastline textured with golden beaches.
Oh, I don't have enough points. That's why
And
I'm
harbors for sailing craft.
What's that?
With friendly towns and villages, their names sometimes reading like a menu.
Wow, Dover is the capital of Delaware. I do not. I always just purposely fail to the state capitals test.
In rural Kent, hops are the cash crop. Vital to the tang and the taste of beer, British hops from Kent are prized by brewers.
Is that Mike Watterson?
Savored in the local pubs.
For true English cheer is English beer, our own John Barleycorn. Hey, John.
Public houses, or pubs, are a way of life throughout Britain. They're wholesome gathering places offering lager, ale, sherry, or spirits with traditional pub fare. The cathedral town of Canterbury has been drawing people since Chaucer's Pilgrims of Canterbury Tales.
I was in England for
almost 1,000 years,
days.
this cathedral has
And one
been
of
the
the
seat of
places
the
I made sure I
Archbishop
went
who
was the
heads the English
Wetherspoons.
Church. Thomas Becket, an Archbishop of
I
the
had like
12th
one
century,
evening
was
free
murdered
in
here.
London, and I chose
Here
to
he is entombed.
ride the bus out to like Shoreditch
Becket
and go to a
had been friend
Wetherspoons.
and chancellor to King Henry II. But when a clash occurred, Becket chose the church against the crown.
Will no one rid me of this turbulent priest?
The king had cried. The king's henchmen confronted
It
Becket
was
with
good.
their
I had a Magners.
Here he was murdered.
It reminded me of a Wisconsin
Later,
townie
King Henry
bar.
did penance for his part in the crime.
Like they were
Stripped
like families with
naked,
kids
he was
there,
flogged before the populace.
and people getting wasted.
A
and,
later
like,
monarch,
shitty, like, slot
George
machine
IV, was anything
Video
but
poker
a
games
penitent.
in the corner.
It was he who turned a fishing village on the south coast into an 18th century Disneyland. Seaside Brighton is just an hour by train from London's Victoria Station. It offers everything a vacationer could hope for, except peace and quiet. As Prince Regent, George's bizarre triumph was the Royal Pavilion. And here he entertained like a prince. On at least one occasion, His Royal Highness gorged himself in the big kitchen among the pots and pans of the scullions.
Now we're ready to head for the owner. Way, hey, roll and go. Our boots and our clothes, boys, are all in the pond. To be rollicking randy dandy all.
For Augusta, briny Britain, Portsmouth, where the fleet puts in, 70 miles south of London. It was from Portsmouth on D-Day, June 6, 1944, that Allied troops set forth to invade Nazi-occupied
Daily
France,
92.
the biggest
1,000
single
points.
thrust
Congrats.
toward victory in the European War. But Portsmouth has been logging naval histories for many a century.
Hello,
Lord
hello,
Nelson's
it's Al.
flagship is in dry dock here, shipshape and year.
We're touring scenic England, the island in the Silver Sea that
The
holds a
Mary Rose
special
had been
place for
lying
us
at
all.
the sea's bottom for more than 4 centuries. Flagship of a fleet of men of war, she sank in full view of King Henry VIII on a July day in 1545.
Look at that beefy boy.
In 1982, she was raised and put on display.
How you doing,
Her
Hal?
hull will have to be kept wet for another 20 years or so, and then gradually permeated with silicone wax. Most of the 50,000 items salvaged from the Mary Rose are in an excellent state of preservation and now make up an exhibition of their own.
This is a tape about.
In
It came in a
legend,
box
the
set
West Country was the
with
realm
both
of King
touring
Arthur.
Scotland and touring
In
Ireland,
fact,
which we've watched
it's
before.
a Camelot to British holidaymakers.
This is touring England. It's from
The ideal hour
1989.
to visit Stonehenge
It was produced
is
and
at
distributed
dawn on
by
the summer
Questar Video
solstice.
out of Chicago,
For
Illinois.
then, the sun rises directly above the heel stone, illuminating the theory that Stonehenge had been an astronomical observatory.
I mean, we were previously learning
No one
about
knows
the
for
actual
sure.
assault of your homeland.
This megalithic structure dates back 30 to 40 centuries. It is the most awesome prehistoric monument in the world. Stonehenge still baffles.
Wait, is it
still
not Portsmouth?
mystifies.
Is it supposed to be
Not too far away,
Portsmouth?
you can pay a call at Longleat House, just one of many stately homes and mansions.
I mean, the
with their
British
doors open
invented
to
miles.
visitors.
You can't pin miles on us.
Most of these houses are still lived in by aristocrats who today must scrape to pay the taxes on them.
Poor aristocrats. Those poor fucking
So the
aristocrats.
manor, which has been
Boo-hoo.
lived in for over 700 years, you can take tea in the garden.
Now, shall we go along upstairs, through the dog gate?
Before touring the house.
We're coming now into the priest's room, which is the oldest room in the house, and one of the very oldest in Wiltshire. It goes back to 1282. Sir Geoffrey Gaslin, who built the house.
Sharing the Salisbury Plain with
I love
Stonehenge,
regional
the
English
Cathedral of
accents.
Salisbury.
Why does
Its soaring
England try so
spire,
hard
the
to hide
highest
their
in
regional
England.
accents away from us? As someone from the southern U.S., I know a little bit about being made by the prevailing culture to feel innate shame about the way that you talk. But they're all beautiful accents. One just as valid as the next. I mean, a lot of them are just, you know, they retain features of like Middle English
Pantheons deep in the landscape
and
gardens of
Anglo-Saxon
Starhead
that have shifted.
recall woodland nymphs
You know,
of 18th
proper
century
speech to be
fancies.
something different. They are arguably more authentic.
But every summer for 4 days, Starhead is overrun by flappers of the Roaring Twenties.
The Peter Gabriel song was Salisbury,
Eccentric,
actually. Salisbury Hill.
nostalgic, romantic. The Starhead Jazz Festival. Plymouth in Devonshire has one of the finest
Hey,
natural
Devonshire.
harbors in the world. From
Good old
here in
Devonshire. We love
1620,
Devonshire.
The Pilgrim Fathers set sail for North America.
Don't we?
For the folk who've lived here for centuries, the sea is the salt of life, a source of their food.
Everyone in Devonshire knows how to play the accordion.
And their fun. Of the famed Plymouth Sea Dogs, Sir Francis Drake stands tallest on history's horizon, the first Englishman to navigate the globe. People here never tire of
Sir
dressing
Francis
up
Drake
and reliving
was very
that
good at
windy
pissing off
day
the
in
Spanish.
July of
That's why he's such a hero
1588.
in England.
Sir Francis was enjoying a game of bowls when sailing by Plymouth Hoe was a great flotilla. 125 armed vessels manned by 24,000 men eager to pillage Little England. Historians call it the Spanish Armada.
Thank you for the 4 months, West Midland.
The alarm was sounded. Sports lover that he was, Sir Francis finished his game of bowls before attending to the Spanish. The most celebrated spa in England, Bath. The occupying Romans were quick to take advantage of the waters here, the only natural hot springs in Britain. In 53 AD, they built this health club with an Olympian pool with promenades for relaxing.
Ball.
What was good enough for the Romans was good enough for British royalty. After Queen Anne visited in 1701 to take the waters, Bath was transformed into a Georgian townscape of graceful crescents and stately squares.
If you get in the water of Bath, now it will kill you, right?
You can still enjoy a glass of the spring water that earned
The
Bath its
Devonshire
name and
Pancake
fame.
House. No waffles in Devonshire.
The rivers Avon and Severn are life-giving arteries to the heart of England, beating peacefully throughout picture book villages, but with a loud murmur in the centers of industry. Peaks District National Park, peak meaning hill in Old English, and Cannock Chase for a glimpse of the fallow deer that abound here. Staffordshire is graced with silvery streams and rivers, verdant forest glades, and a venerably old cathedral. Alton Towers was the former home of the Earl of Shrewsbury. Now it's the home of one of the world's loveliest leisure parks. Here one can roam acres of fancifully landscaped gardens and enjoy a fun ride at this Coney Island in a lush floral setting.
I love how everything has to be introduced and given an American analog. It's the Disneyland. It's the Coney Island. Oh, yep, that's a Fallout ghoul from Devon, all right.
The
Right,
Gladstone
socialism
Pottery
works.
Museum in Longton, one of 6 pottery towns making up Stoke-on-Trent, merits a visit. To lovers of fine English china, a visit is more like a pilgrimage. Here, 200-year-old methods of porcelain and china making are still practiced. Methods have kept up with today's technology, yet the sterling craftsmanship is the same, which visitors to the potteries see for themselves.
Well, as you see that one there now, that one is drying out very slowly.
Wedgwood, Spode, Royal Doulton, hand gilding is a fine brush application of liquid 22-karat gold.
Fun fact, the
Beauty,
Birmingham, Alabama
quality,
Museum of Art has
function.
an extensive
The
collection
china of Staffordshire
Wedgwood pottery.
is prized the world over.
If you want to see Wedgwood, go to Birmingham. Don't go to Birmingham. They don't have Wedgwood yet.
It was
Go to
in
the American.
Shropshire that a giant step was taken that changed civilization. Iron Bridge. Here in 1779, the world's first iron bridge was built.
And they named it
Fast became a
Iron
symbol
Bridge?
of the Industrial Revolution. Here, for the first time, coal replaced charcoal, making possible iron production on a huge scale. But like all revolutions, the industrial one was not without its casualties. Farm folk, men, women, and children deserted the countryside for industry, for toil in the mines. You can visit these mines today if you don't mind wearing a
it's
hard hat.
originally neither
For
Birmingham
toil
nor
in the
Birmingham.
factories, 12-hour shifts, 6.5 days a
It was
week.
originally
Today they're museums.
Birmingham.
And you can visit a typical
Ham
one-room
meaning
worker's
home or
cottage,
town.
where a man, his wife, and 6 children lived.
And Birmingham being the
When they
people
were
of
out of
Burma.
work, they had no
who was
crops
like
to fall
the
back
chief.
on. Many turned to drink. One of the blessings of the new industrialism was the steam locomotive. Railroads began binding the world together with a network of track. At Bridge North Station, you can board the finest preserved steam railway in Britain. For those those who remember steam, it's nostalgic. And for today's generation, it's a trip into the golden age of railroading.
Only 1890s kids remember steam.
The track runs some 16 scenic miles. Gazing through the rail carriage window, it's obvious that in the post-industrial age, farming has made a beautiful comeback in Shropshire.
You could be a steam train.
Westward along the Severn, England's longest river, to the place where the Severn loops the lovely Tudor town of Shrewsbury.
Danky, the Thomas the Dank engine. Very dank, very dank.
Half-timbered houses. Even the street names cry out from another century. Butcher Road, Fish Street.
About Horror Lane. Isn't there a Horror Lane in all these old towns? Ghost of the town.
Across the Shropshire moorlands lies a neighboring country whose patron is St. David, whose flower is the leek, and whose national emblem is the Celtic harp. Wales, stronghold of the ancient Celts, where Gaelic, a tongue of poets, is still the national language.
Wedi per rhywdod bywyd, reit ac ynog, okay, reit rhythmic, a canu'r dy, llythran dy efo'i gilydd. Gan baritons, wedi, an.
Wedi belen yn y bywyd,
We love Welsh male choirs.
There was no better spokesman for his native Wales than the late Richard Burton.
This is my country, Wales.
That's all he has to say about it. That's Richard Burton's ringing endorsement of Wales.
Farming is still an important part of the Welsh economy.
I'm Richard Burton, and this is my favorite
In
homeland.
Wales, there are said to be
the
3
Citadel.
sheep to every 1 person. Shepherds are justly proud of their sharp-witted dogs and
there's
bring
more
them
Richard
regularly
Burton.
to the
Okay.
sheepdog trials. It's a place to come and see a tense game of skill and control. At the moment of truth, it's a battle of wills between sheep and sheepdog. It's our first sport and second religion, rugby football. It's tough and exciting. Carnarvon Castle. Vestiture of Prince Charles as Prince of Wales took place in this courtyard setting.
I, Charles, Prince of Wales, do become your liege man of life and limb, and of earthly worship. And faith and
God.
truth I will bear unto thee.
Imagine
to
having
live
a
and
liege
die
man.
against all manner of folks.
Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh. That one's
Across
unsettling.
blue Llyn Padarn, Snowdon itself rises, proudly the highest mountain in all England and Wales. Here is the heart of Wales, with more than enough beauty to share it
That
out
Ken doll
generously
bulge
amongst her
on
friends.
that pig.
But the whole of Wales is my heritage.
Archival footage of Richard Burton as a boy.
The Rose Counties.
Also, I like how Wales didn't get its own tape. It's just kind of
Swath across
shoehorned
Central
into
England from
It
sea
gets
to
5
sea.
minutes of the England tape. What's the deal with that?
Liverpool. Though this city was chartered in the 13th century, its look and feel is modern. After
And it
visiting
was like
great Gothic
50%
cathedrals,
footage of
Liverpool's
sheep.
Roman Catholic Cathedral emerges as a paragon of contemporary church design.
You gotta do better by Wales. Questar video.
It is built over a vast crypt where a 6-ton circular stone seals the tombs of deceased archbishops.
Piss off.
With 7 miles of waterfront on the Mersey estuary, Liverpool is a thriving Atlantic port.
Liverpool has everything. Water, old men.
It was the last port that masses of European immigrants saw before sighting the Statue of Liberty. It's also a first port for new ideas from abroad in pop art and pop music. With some exaggeration, American poet Allen Ginsberg called Liverpool the center of human consciousness. Perhaps that's why those 4 Liverpudlians in need of haircuts got their act together here.
Came out with the name Beatles, and what does it really mean?
John thought of the name Beatles, and he'll tell you about it now. It means Beatles, doesn't it? You know, that's just a name. You know, like shoe. It means shoe.
The shoes. You see, we could have been called the shoes for all you know.
The Liverpool Tourist Office sponsors trips to the homes where the lads grew up. John Lennon's, Paul's, George's, Ringo's. There's a replica of the Cavern nightclub where they began their career as a group.
I appreciate the music
Liverpool
of the
is the
Beatles
holy
quite a
city
lot.
of
I would
Beatle
not waste my time on a trip to England seeing the houses where they grew up. It's a house. It doesn't,
In the Cumbrian
for
mountains,
me at least, would not
gathering
deepen my
waters rush
appreciation of
downward
the
into
band.
16 Ice Age lakes of
See a shitty
incomparable
council
beauty.
house or whatever.
Nature took millions of years to carve out the Lake District, the loveliest region in a lovely land. The poet Wordsworth lived here, convinced that human dignity and freedom lay in a communion with nature.
'Tis a sense of majesty and beauty and repose, a blend of holiness of earth and sky.
The district is now a national park. Despite the numbers of visitors it attracts, it remains unspoiled. To the east lies the walled city of York with its great cathedral. York was once the Viking capital of England.
Jorvik.
Train buffs flock to the National Railway Museum here. Its collection of old locomotives and rolling stock is superb. This train belonged to the royal family, and one can get a peek into its sumptuous railway carriages. The wind-lashed Yorkshire moors, strangely beautiful in their desolation, draw visitors versed in the poems and novels of the Brontes. Clinging to the top of a hill is the village of Haworth. Near the church stands a parsonage, where in 1820 the Reverend Patrick Bronte brought his family to live. A museum today, it's open to visitors. The mother died tragically, leaving a son, 3 daughters, and her husband, who brooded in seclusion for the rest of his life. Charlotte, the eldest daughter, did her best to look after the others. Emily, though desperately shy, was the most brilliant of the 3. Anne, the youngest, was sensitive and gentle. they had no inkling that the poems and novels that they wrote in secret in this room would one day haunt the memories of millions of readers. Almost every person and place they knew found their way into their writings.
Armor. Give me a break.
It was from the lonely moors that Emily drew her inspiration.
The breeze that stirs the grasses here on Wuthering Heights carried on its breath the voices of Heathcliff and Cathy.
Moving south now through the shires toward London. Fabled Sherwood Forest in Nottinghamshire. This is Robin Hood country.
Dazzling.
But a lot has changed since Robin and his merry men romped in these parts. Yet a trip to the Jerusalem pub can be a pleasant step into the past. It was cut into the solid rock of Nottingham Castle, making it the oldest pub in Britain. Cambridge, where tourists can view the colleges while punting beneath the willows on the River Cam. Founded in 1284, a roll call of Cambridge University alumni is staggering. Chaucer,
Sonny and Buddy, that's
Milton,
what you get.
Isaac Newton, Charles Darwin, and just as proudly, Nehru, the first Prime Minister of the Republic of India. Only 21 miles from London lies sprawling Windsor Castle, edged by the picturesque town of Windsor. A side trip to Runnymede allows a visit to the John F. Kennedy Memorial, a gift of the British people.
Oh, howdy, PK Simon.
And the
good to have you
passionate
here.
enthusiasm which he brought to his labors gave courage, inspiration, and above all,
We are
new hope.
touring England.
With all our hearts,
From
my people
1989.
shared his triumphs, grieved at his reverses, and wept at his death.
6
It's
months from missing,
Sunday
no leader.
afternoon,
Thank you.
and a band concert is in progress on the east terrace of Windsor Castle.
Can't believe 6 months. We're at broadcast 66 today.
Windsor Castle is a huge place covering 13 acres. Its facade is an array of towers built by British monarchs through the centuries. But to the royal family that lives here, it's a homestead holding volumes of personal memories.
Yeah, we got to figure out what we're doing for broadcast 69.
On Sundays, several of the rooms are
We do
open
really
to
need to
visitors.
do more mystery tapes.
400 years ago, Queen Elizabeth I commanded that Shakespeare's Merry Wives of Windsor be performed for her in this room, now called the Waterloo Chamber.
Mystery tapes are hard because
It's
they're
the same room where Queen Elizabeth II
They could
and
very
Princess
easily
Margaret
be
as
like a
children
nothing burger.
performed amateur pantomimes for their royal parents.
where I'm just like fast forwarding through them the whole
During
time.
the late
desperately trying
1930s,
to find something worth
Elizabeth
watching.
grew up at Windsor.
I really have to let go of a lot
It was
of
at Windsor that Elizabeth was wooed by handsome Prince Philip of Greece. In Windsor Great Park these days, Prince Philip is seen practicing the colorful sport of driving teams of horses four in hand, for which he's won many trophies.
England's
And it
German
was
royal
from Windsor
family.
in 1936 that Elizabeth's uncle, King Edward VIII, broadcast his abdication, giving up his crown to his brother for the woman he loved. It rocked the British monarchy. Edward had grown up a golden child, groomed to reign over the greatest empire on earth, and he was used to getting his own way. As the bachelor Prince of Wales, he was a fairy tale prince of modern myth and a prize catch for any princess. He ascended the throne when he was 44 and announced that he would take to wife an American divorcee, Wallis Warfield Simpson, and make her his queen. The Prime Minister and the Archbishop of Canterbury forbade it. Edward didn't get his own way. From a small room in Windsor, in which he'd played as a child, he broadcast his abdication to the peoples of the British Empire.
That I have found it impossible to carry the heavy burden of responsibility and to discharge my duties as king as I would wish to do, without the help and support of the woman I love. And now we all have a new king. God save the king.
Edward married Mrs. Simpson and went into exile. The title with which he and the woman he loved lived out their days was the Duke and Duchess of Windsor. The pulse and capital of Great Britain. This is London. From the wharf of the Tower of London, the Honourable Artillery Company is firing a 41-gun salute.
Why, though? God, ear protection, man.
The Tower of London is a great fortress created by William the Conqueror 900 years ago. It is the single most popular tourist attraction in the Old World. Over the centuries, it has functioned as a palace, an armory, a record office of the King's Justice, and today, treasury of the crown jewels.
Oh, and a secret grave for those two boy
The
cousin
yeoman warders
heirs.
who guard the jewels are popularly known as beefeaters. Their fluted collars and red tunics are
Is
as
that Richard?
emblematic of Britain as the Union Jack.
Richard the
They're
Second.
always there
Richard
to give help
something.
and information.
There are too many Richards.
While a prison and place of execution, the tower got a grisly reputation. This reads like a who's who of Tudor England. Among the numbers of heads that rolled here were those of Sir Thomas More, author of Utopia, Anne Boleyn, Henry VIII's second wife, and his fifth wife, Catherine Howard,
Welcome,
and the
Mar.
Earl of Essex, suitor of the first Queen Elizabeth. River Thames is straddled by the giant city, the famous London bridges shackling its banks.
Wait, it's your birthday. Hold on.
Tower Bridge has become a symbol of the river.
I need to add your... Oh, I did it.
Blackfriars Bridge offers a fine view of St. Paul's Cathedral. Sir Christopher Wren was commissioned to rebuild the old St. Paul's,
to give you
which had been destroyed
fun
in
points real
London's
quick.
Great Fire of 1666. The architect is buried in the cathedral.
Fort Kelly, Sweetsville.
His epitaph reads in Latin, "Here lies Sir Christopher Wren. If you would see his monument, look around you."
Oh, this is good music.
St. Paul's was chosen for Prince Charles' wedding, as opposed to Westminster Abbey, because the cathedral can hold more guests. 2,500 people were invited to attend the ceremony.
I hear it is Amara's birthday.
Season.
Happy 72nd birthday.
As people get older, they tend to become more concerned about safety. This has certainly been true with me. And since I have already had my 72nd birthday, I am far more concerned about safety than most people.
Happy birthday. Be concerned with safety today.
At Westminster Bridge lie the Houses of Parliament.
Sorry, we preempted Princess Diana for you.
Watches by.
You're welcome.
Parliament is housed in the Palace of Westminster. This has been its home since 1547. Some 50 years thereafter,
Hey, 6-month reset
Guy
from Will.
Fawkes
Thank you, Will.
attempted to blow up
Fun
the
fact.
place with gunpowder.
Paddle tugboat.
Ever since,
Templeton Hall.
the event's been celebrated with bonfires on Guy
Goes from
Fawkes Day.
Newcastle to San Francisco.
Where else but in England would a man be
From
so
Newcastle to
celebrated for trying to blow up the government?
That's a long way.
The House of Commons, where the gritty tasks of government are debated. Throughout this chamber, great voices have rung. Lloyd George's, Churchill's, the cornerstone of the kingdom, Westminster Abbey. For 9 centuries, English royalty has been certified in this ancient church. In stupendous weddings, outcomes of royal matchmaking, and just a cold breath away, certified in death. But the most vital certification in a monarchy is the crowning of a new sovereign. This oak throne, scarred and worn, was made in 1300 for the crowning of Edward I. It's been the choicest seat at coronations ever since.
I here present unto you Queen Elizabeth, your undoubted queen. Wherefore all you who are come this day to do your homage and service, are you willing to do the same?
We don't need no stinking monarchy. Look at that silly fucking hat. All those silly fucking jewels.
There's a niche in the Abbey for the royalty of writers, the laurel-crowned peers of literature. Visitors grow fond of Poets' Corner. Geoffrey Chaucer is entombed here, as are many of England's greatest writers. Among these titans of pen and typewriter, the American Henry Wadsworth Longfellow has been given place. Just wandering on foot through London's side streets and little lanes can be excursions into warm memories of books that we've read and bits of poetry that have stayed with us.
Oh, this is good.
Samuel Johnson's house is tucked away on a small court.
When a man is tired of London, he is tired of life.
It was in a house on Wimpole Street that
Samuel
Robert
Johnson has the
Browning
greatest
courted Elizabeth Barrett
portrait
Browning.
ever painted.
How do I love thee? Let me count the ways. I love thee to the depth and breadth and height my soul can reach.
On Tite Street in Chelsea lived playwright and wit Oscar Wilde.
There is only one thing in the world worse than being talked about, and that is not being talked about.
Yeah, where can you go in England to
The
get...
American author of Poor Richard's
Can you
Almanac
go anywhere and
dwelled
get
in
a
this
full
house.
English breakfast 24
During his
hours a
stay in
day,
London.
any day of the year, including like right after a major natural disaster strikes your locality?
For mystery fans grounded in the old London
If
of
not,
pea soup fogs and
you'll need to
grisly
import Waffle
crimes
House.
to be solved, there are streets and places as familiar as Big Ben's bonging.
Wait, you can get food at Weatherspoons? Why didn't I get food when I was
Scotland
there?
Yard. And the street where fictional Sherlock Holmes shared a flat with Dr. Watson.
I just drank bad cider.
Camera-clicking
okay.
sightseers gather at the gates of the Queen's official London home, Buckingham Palace.
Oh, look at Stick Boy out
At
front.
11 o'clock each weekday morning, the ceremonious changing of the guard.
It was It was like the cheapest thing on the menu. It was a Magners.
The Buckingham
was
Palace
cold.
balcony must be the most famous balcony in the world, and certainly the most photographed.
It wasn't
one of royalty's most
good
public duties.
It tasted like piss.
Waving.
But cold piss.
But public kissing? In Queen Victoria's time, this was against the law in London. It was Prime Minister Gladstone who first advised that the best way to see London is from the top of a red
Yeah, I was
double-deck
staying
bus.
in central London, so I took a bus through, let me see if I can
There's
retrace
always
it.
a bobby about to give
Through,
directions.
like Shoreditch, Dalston. I think it was in Dalston.
A colossus of Admiral Lord
think I
Nelson,
got up to Tottenham.
gazing out with indifference to the traffic snarl below. That same Sea Dog Nelson who, in 1815, won and died at the Battle of Trafalgar. This is Trafalgar Square, the hub of London. Moneylenders in the 13th century staked out this area as the city's financial district, which in recent
Okay, Bank
centuries
Station
has
is
been
where
watered by the Bank of England. That
where there
old
was
lady of Threadneedle.
where I was adjacent to a racially charged like street brawl that the London City
Stock
Police
Exchange
had
is
to
the
come out and
financial
break up.
powerhouse of the old world.
It was
There
the
are
day
over
after Boris Johnson
120
got
worthwhile
elected.
museums and galleries in London.
And me and my boss were
None
walking
are more
with a
rewarding
dude
to the
from
visitor, or more exhausting
company
than the British Museum.
who started a fight with like 3 Pakistani dudes.
It was founded by an act of parliament in 1753. And ever since, collectibles of every
great image.
land and era have been flowing in. A museum of a different sort is Madame Tussauds, the most celebrated waxworks in the world.
Why is Madame Tussauds? Is Madame Tussauds like a legit English thing? This strikes me as an odd thing to include
Meticulous
on this
care go into crafting these uncannily lifelike figures.
It's like if the tape was about the culture
Madame
of California.
Tussauds, who had lived through the French Revolution,
just went to Hollywood
began her
Boulevard and showed Madame
waxworks
Tussauds
with a
there.
figure of Marie Antoinette, for which she used the guillotined queen's head for the modeling. In
Michael
1835,
Caine.
she brought her waxworks to London.
Can everyone do a Michael Caine impression?
Whodunit fans get more than a clue.
Everyone
as
is
to what
capable
this
of doing
famous
a perfect
writer of
Michael Caine
mysteries
impression.
looked like.
My name is Michael Caine. That's how
A
you do
macabre
Michael Caine.
exhibit, but
Perfect.
fascinating.
Flawless.
A recreation of Jack the Ripper's London.
I
The Ten
don't
Bells
know
pub,
if you should do
the
that,
wet, gaslit
man.
streets where the city's most notorious criminal mutilated
My
his
name's
victims
Michael
with the skill
Caine.
and deftness of a surgeon. This is the neighborhood that he
Couldn't even
terrorized,
tell.
London's East End.
If I didn't have video
The
on,
Ten
you would think
Bells
Michael
pub
Caine
is
was
still
in the room
here,
with me.
doing a lively business, thank you. Pop in for a pie and a pint. Over a century has passed, and the Ripper's identity is still a mystery. Amateur sleuths with pet theories about the Ripper are welcome to look around during daylight. The big city is cushioned by swards of green, emerald islands, and a sea of brick and stone. These parks are the lungs of London. St. James's Park, spreading out from Buckingham Palace, is London's oldest royal park. Once it belonged to King Henry VIII, who claimed this vast wooded preserve for hunting forays. Today, it belongs to the people.
Yes, it is.
It was Charles
There's a lot
I
of London.
who opened 360-acre Hyde Park to the public.
London gets more time than the entire country of Wales, which seems by a lot.
Perhaps in appreciation, there are gun
Seems a
salutes
little
on
unfair.
all the royal birthdays. London is the green of its parks, the scarlet of its royal...
Although we did recently watch the
imperial grey
the
granite
video
of its
magazine about Wales for Welsh expats. That was really.
But what of the clown-faced colours of life in the warrens of Brompton or Bloomsbury?
It's like the Welsh
Chelsea,
VHS
or Covent
zine.
Garden. In Covent Garden, London is theatre.
Well, Ireland got its own tape, as did Scotland.
Out on the streets, as in the playhouses, morning, noon, and night. The neighborhoods of Covent Garden exude a kind of magic. It's a place for playing hide and seek with your fantasies. The Royal Opera House, Covent Garden.
Now terrorized by a
One of
small
the city's
boy.
most venerable showplaces. Its lobby, a gallery of mementos of past performances. Caruso, Melba, Geely, Callis. Today, it's the home of the Royal Ballet, and current productions vie with those of the past in brilliance.
My name
It was in
is
Covent
Mark
Garden
Hyde.
that the first Punch and Judy
A lot
show
of
made
people
its
know
noisy
that.
debut. Punch's shenanigans have been tickling kids for a scoop of centuries. A delight to visitors and a daily diversion for Londoners, the irrepressible Covent Garden Market. It was in this market, in George Bernard Shaw's popular comedy Pygmalion, that Professor Higgins meets Eliza Doolittle, a Cockney wench who sells flowers. The rest is theatrical history. The play Pygmalion went on to become My Fair Lady.
That little
one of
British
the
boy
most
does look
popular
like he's straight out of
musicals all
1989.
time.
He's even got a
London
sweater
lists
on.
to St. Paul's,
Or, as the
great
British call
cathedral,
it, a jumpa!
St. Paul's, Covent Garden. This is the Actors' Church. Here, British artists of stage and screen are remembered, even after the public has forgotten them. At Piccadilly Circus, theatre is London. Radiating from Piccadilly's light-spangled hub are a host of playhouses running premium ticket shows, some destined to become next season's Broadway hits.
They just
And
call
after
it,
that,
they call it a jumper, with no
blockbuster
offensive
movies.
accent.
But they're premiered in London. Theatre going here is a sealing nightcap to the London experience. After the heady sights of London, back to the heart of England, through Oxfordshire and Warwickshire.
Hal, you're more than
In
welcome
miles,
to
the
do
distances are short. In history,
nonsensically over the
it's a
top
span of
and
centuries.
defensive Southern American
Of all
accents.
great
anytime you want.
universities in the English-speaking world, Oxford is the most renowned. A visitor can spend days just wandering through its colleges, libraries, and museums.
Well,
Such diverse intellects
yeah.
as Thomas More's and Oscar Wilde's were honed here. During the 1700s, a student here
You
named
talk the high road and I'll talk the low road.
a student group of devout Christians. They were nicknamed the Methodists. Today, Wesley's Methodism has spread throughout the world.
My dad's a Methodist.
Charles Dodgson was an Oxford math professor. On his sabbaticals, he wrote Alice in Wonderland under the pen name Lewis Carroll.
Wait, where is
Spreading from the
where
shores
is
of a
the giant
man-made
glass
lake
pyramid
in
Bass Pro
Oxfordshire
Shop?
are 2,700 acres of parkland
Tennessee.
belonging to Blenheim Palace. Blenheim, seat of the Dukes of Marlborough,
Memphis, yeah.
a Baroque palace of magnificent proportions
Is that where they're headquartered?
surrounded by formal gardens.
I thought they were based out of Tennessee.
What draws visitors here is an interest in Winston Churchill. It happened that he was born at Blenheim. The rooms are sumptuous, all 320 of them.
This is not the
befitting
first time
great
he's used the
dukes
word
of Marlborough,
sumptuous to
from
refer
whom Winston was
to
descended
interior
on his
furnishings.
father's side. But the most visited room of all is Winston Churchill's. Visitors from the United States are reminded that a good deal of American blood flowed through Winston Churchill's veins, that his mother was warm-blooded Jenny Jerome of New York, that Douglas MacArthur was a distant cousin, and that Winston's great-great-great-grandmother was a full-blooded Iroquois Indian. It's more than half-timbered houses with Tudor gables that draw 500,000 visitors to Stratford-upon-Avon each year. It's the dust of Shakespeare. There were no theater buildings in this old market town when William Shakespeare was born on Henley Street in 1564. Today, there's the splendid Royal Shakespeare Theatre, with
yes.
performances given
The pride of
from
the
March
South.
through November. Young Shakespeare had to trek a mile to court Anne Hathaway at the thatch, wattle, and daub cottage of her parents. But he left wife Anne and their children and went to London in pursuit of a theatrical career. When he returned to Stratford to retire many years later, he had created a body of work unparalleled in human achievement. Shakespeare's retirement was short-lived. He died on his birthday in 1616 and was buried in Holy Trinity Parish. He must have loved Stratford, for in his plays and poems there are so many references to flowers, foliage, sights, and sounds that abound here. His first acquaintance with the feudal world of Hotspur and Falstaff and Prince Hal, whom he immortalized in his historical plays, may have been here, at nearby Warwick Castle, perched on a rocky crag above the river Avon. For visitors with a stomach for it, there's a groan-by-groan tour of the castle's torture chamber. Perhaps it was a glimpse of this place that inspired Shakespearean lines such as the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune. Undoubtedly, he'd have recognized Warwick Castle as it stands today. What Shakespeare would find changed is the cathedral city of Coventry, only 19 miles from Stratford. But he'd be quick to grasp how Coventry came to be a symbol of the resilience of the English people.
Oh, we're back to war.
1940. Coventry is blitzed in a devastating air raid by Hitler's Luftwaffe. With the destruction of its 14th century cathedral, the city's proud and ancient history goes up in smoke. What remained of the old cathedral was rebuilt after the war with the help of young volunteer workers from Germany. On the wall behind the cross, it reads, "Father, forgive."
Oh my God, it's Retrogent. It's actual Prince.
By the early 1960s,
Also, when he says young volunteer workers from Germany,
embracing all
is
denominations,
he euphemistically referring to POWs?
a masterpiece of modern architecture rising from a medieval
I felt a
rubble
little bit of an
to the
eyebrow
heights
wiggle
of England's
on that one.
faith in the future
A little bit of a young volunteer.
and in itself. The England that Shakespeare had written of 4 centuries ago.
This royal throne of kings, this sceptred isle, this precious stone set in the silver sea, this happy breed of men, this little world, this blessed plot, this earth, this realm, this England.
And did those oh. We'll get the Grenadiers March instead. woman's voice. My German POW friend got rejected. I love how Queen Elizabeth and this random man get equal billing on the end credit screen. That was Touring England by Questar Video. Yeah, we finally completed the box set. I can remove it from the top of the shelf and make more room up there. Thank you for joining us for England content, Hal. We miss you. It's good seeing you around. Hope you're doing well. I'm gonna keep it English for a minute here with Diamond Entertainment Corporation's Robin Hood and Other Fabulous Fables. This is produced in Anaheim, California. It's very low budget cartoons from 1991. But we start off with the most English of men, Robin Hood. He's going to show those damn Norman invaders. Look at that. Look at that beautiful art. Look at that face. It's great. Film classics, Robin Hood. This is just 3 11-minute cartoons. We had War. I mean, it's been pretty British so far. We had the War for Air Superiority in World War II, which we only watched like 15 minutes of. We toured England, and now we're doing Robin Hood. Let's see. Robin Hood. Oh yeah, there's also this Robin Hood, which looks like it has a very different vibe. Is this me and the boys? Oh, it's Robin Hood and the boys. Caucasan, Harpanan, Hispan, Black, Middle East or South. I love when you can see the text of the ethnic diversity prompt adjustments. Okay, let's do this tape. These animated stories will enchant and entertain your child over and over again. Robin Hood and his merry men of Sherwood Forest fight the evil king and return peace to the kingdom. Aladdin's lamp. Aladdin must use the magical lamp to defeat the wicked wizard and own the most valuable riches in the land. The spirit in a bottle. The little boy finds an evil spirit in a bottle and releases it and outsmarts him by getting the spirit to return the bottle. Spoilers. All right, Tidy Terry. Love it. Here we go. Robin Hood. We are a go for Robin Hood.
When the evil sheriff of Nottingham heard that Robin Hood had interfered with the work of his soldiers, he was furious. But even though Robin had stopped him once again, he was confident that his soldiers would soon capture him.
That was the beginning.
And put an end to his mischief.
I'm pretty sure. It looked pretty rewound.
That Robin Hood thinks he's pretty clever. But we'll see just how clever he is when my soldiers capture him and stop him for good.
This is Tobler level animation.
One day in the forest, Robin met a high-spirited friar who challenged him for the right of way over a bridge. Robin was impressed by the courage of the brave friar, so he asked him and his awesome friend Little John to join in his struggle.
His awesome friend Little John.
With the addition of Friar Tuck and Little John, Robin's band of men was ready to protect the townspeople.
Congrats on your mole, Bill. Thank you for the 100 bits.
Please, mercy! No.
Oh my God. You're right, Trill. I love how half the characters don't even have feet. Their legs are just rectangles. This is like discount medieval Lupin the Third.
Robin and his merry band rode off into the countryside in search of others in need.
Oh, that horse. That poor horse.
After chasing away the sheriff's men that were bullying the defenseless villagers, Robin and his men returned to the people the taxes that were rightfully theirs.
Little John.
There must be some way to capture this Robin Hood. Sire, we must find a way to trap Robin Hood. He must have a weakness.
They say he loves archery to a fault, sire.
That's it. We'll have an archery contest open to all comers. He won't be able to resist that. He'll come to us.
There's speculation about whether there was a real person. There are like some documents, some like court documents in which Rob Hood is mentioned from that time period.
Finalist will now shoot until one of them shows himself to be the clear champion of Nottingham and Sherwood Forest.
But yeah, the stories
You will all begin when given the command by
almost
my
certainly have
officer.
very little basis in reality, whether it was based on
There
real
were
figures or
contestants
not.
from all over the land, but none of them looked like Robin Hood.
Oh, it's the old man. Definitely the beard man.
Shoot! Five left. Shoot! 4 left. Shoot!
They're just repeating the same shot. Every arrow lands in exactly the same place.
Fired and fired until there were only 2 contestants left. An old man with a white beard and a younger man.
Women in tights, we roam around the forest looking for fights. Women in tights, I haven't seen that show. But I assume it's Robin Hood.
Somewhere he couldn't resist a contest like this, but where is he?
Thank you, Will.
You will fire after the trumpet sound.
I watch too many things. I watch 4 hours worth of VHS crap multiple times per week. I guess you all do too. I hardly have time to watch real movies. I can't. Don't make me watch. I'm not gonna watch it on stream, so don't send it to me on VHS, please. I mean, I know VHS is the perfect medium, but sometimes I watch things not on VHS. Psycho Pike is pretty good. It's hard to tell.
That was no ordinary old man.
It's the sound of an arrow being split in half.
There's only one man who can shoot like that. That old man must be Robin Hood in disguise. I'll soon find out, and if it is...
Here is the winner. He says he's a common tinker.
This is from 1990. This tape is from 1991, but the animation looks old.
Robin Hood.
A lot of the times these are like originally produced in Japan and dubbed.
What are you doing? You found me out.
This does seem kind of like 60s, 70s anime in its style. How could it be Robin Hood?
Oh, ha, 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 ha. him away.
Dramatic pan. The prize for winning the archery contest is we kill you. It's pretty good.
Proceed.
And only 11 minutes. Like the density of fun in it is great.
Let's go. Thank you, good friar. You'll never get away, Robin Hood. Men, get them!
I don't know. I do really like the style of this. It's giving me like Zelda 2 instruction manual art vibes. I just like the simplicity of the character designs, but they're still like stylized. And the color palettes, the like solid color, two-tone costumes of everybody.
I've been waiting a long time.
Punch him. What? Oh my God, Robin Hood killed the king. Regicide. Yay, murder. Okay, this is definitely 70s anime. That music.
And from that day forward, there was peace and happiness throughout the kingdom. All of the people were forever grateful to Robin Hood and his merry men of Sherwood Forest.
That was incredible. We got two more. Aladdin's Lamp is next.
This is the story of Aladdin's magic lamp, and it comes to us from ancient Araby. Long, long ago, there lived a young boy by the name of Aladdin. Aladdin's father had died and left him and his mother very poor. But Aladdin was a cheerful lad, and he promised his mother that better times lay ahead.
Oh, different art style.
Hello! Is this the home of Aladdin?
Why, yes. My name is Aladdin.
Oh, my God.
Why?
When Aladdin opened the door, a most strange fellow appeared.
I have cranked it by 8.
Oh, you are little Aladdin, huh? Let me introduce myself. I'm the brother of your dear departed father. Why, I'm your long-lost uncle boy, and I've brought something for you.
Waha!
And there's more where that came from.
The next day, Aladdin's newfound uncle invited him to go with him to pick up more treasure. As they walked across the hot desert sand, Aladdin couldn't help wondering why his father had never mentioned his uncle's name. Very strange. Little did Aladdin realize that this wasn't his long-lost uncle at all, but a wicked magician. Oh, I wonder what evil trick that cunning magician has up his sleeve.
Uncle, where are we going?
Up there.
Huh?
How strange to find a mountain like that out in the middle of the desert. Aladdin asked the magician what they were doing in such a strange place. The magician did not reply, but instead sank to his knees and began to cast a spell.
This is some good voice acting.
Suddenly, the large boulder on top of the mountain began to move.
Hey, where do you think you are going, boy? Do you think you can outrun my magic?
Help! Help! Let me out of here!
You are not going anywhere until you've done one little chore for me.
I actually had a really cool turban under this.
Down it until you find an old oil lamp.
Oh, right.
Oil lamp?
That's right. The hole's too small for me, so you'll have to fetch it for me. Understand?
What do you want with an old lamp?
That is none of your business. Now get going. I'll use my magic and turn you into a donkey. Or maybe I should turn you into an ice cube and leave you out on the hot sands to melt into oblivion.
It's gonna get dark soon.
Wow, this thing is really deep.
It was pitch dark down there, and Aladdin was scared to death.
Wow!
Suddenly, glowing in the light of an oil lamp, was a mountain of jewels and gold.
Yippee! Yippee! Yahoo! Yeah! Yippee! Yippee!
Aladdin loaded his pockets with as much as he could carry and started back up.
Whoa! He's got it! Hurry! Hurry! Give it to me! Hurry!
Not till you promise to let me out of here.
You must be kidding. I can't let you go now that you know about the treasure. Now give me the lamp right now.
Ouch.
Give me the lamp so I can kill you.
Ouch! Ow! Ow!
Oh, what a headache. I'll show that little brat. I'll fix him good. Oh, no.
Oh no, that
The voice
wicked
acting
magician
for him
sealed
mumbling
Aladdin
magic
in
spells
that
is
dark hole forever. That magician was so mad at Aladdin that he stormed off, forgetting about the magic lamp.
Oh no! What am I going to do? I'll never get out of here.
Aladdin suddenly remembered the lamp the magician had wanted so badly. He began to rub the dust off when...
Ah! Ah!
Yes, master.
Oh, he's so buff.
Your wish is my command.
Ah! Get me out of here! Ah! Get me out! Ah!
I shall obey.
Yeah!
In no time at all, Aladdin was back home. And thanks to the genie of the magic lamp, he quickly became the richest man in town. And of course, he shared it with his mother. All they had to do was wish for a big new home, and presto, it appeared. And when Aladdin wished for new clothes, he was suddenly clothed in the finest silk sewn together with golden thread.
Yippee! Yahoo!
Aladdin couldn't have been more happy. When Aladdin saw the Sultan's lovely daughter, it was love at first sight.
Oh.
Woohoo! Wow!
Aladdin could think of nothing else but to make the princess his wife.
Remember, kids, a person can't consent if they're under the magic spell of a genie.
Oh, princess, I love you. I love you.
Aladdin's mother knew she had to find some way to bring the princess and her son together. So she gathered up a magnificent bundle of gold and jewels and went to see the Sultan. When the Sultan saw all the gold and jewels and heard how much Aladdin loved his daughter, he quickly consented to the marriage. Aladdin couldn't have been happier. When he heard the news, he quickly rubbed his magic lamp to call forth the genie so that he could order a magnificent palace to be built for his new bride. The entire city was invited to their marriage party, and the young couple were very happy indeed.
Aladdin may have outsmarted
This really makes me want to watch The Thief and the
who has
Cobbler.
the last laugh.
Several days later, While Aladdin was out of the palace looking after some
unfinished
business,
masterpiece of
a most
animation.
strange traveling merchant appeared.
Lamps to trade. Who will trade their old lamp for one of my new ones? That's right. You're old for my new lamps to trade.
Suddenly, the princess remembered that old dirty lamp Aladdin kept in their room. Aladdin had never told her his secret, so she thought he'd be happy to trade his old lamp for a brand new one.
Damn it, Aladdin, for not not mentioning how you can just magically have all this stuff.
Master, your wish is my command. I order you to carry that princess away and her palace to a far distant land. I will obey.
Aladdin was heartbroken.
Incredibly
He was
jarring
left
repeating
with
backgrounds
nothing.
of 70s animation.
Aladdin searched the city until he found someone who had seen the genie carry off the palace. He then quickly set off to search in that same direction. Finally, after many long and lonely days, he
It's
found
just the genie from Aladdin.
Oh, Aladdin! She couldn't believe her eyes. Aladdin motioned to her to keep his appearance a secret and threw her a small pouch of some sort.
Place this sleeping potion in the magician's drink.
The magician was in the mood for a celebration. The wicked magician gulped down glass after glass of the sleeping potion.
It does help to make the sleeping potion delicious.
Yeah! The sleeping potion was beginning to work. What's this? The magician is so drunk he thinks that Aladdin is the princess?
Oh, he's drunk.
Yes. Oh, come here. Oh, my pretty.
In the story, did he just make him drunk? It's like they changed it to sleeping potion to remove alcohol references, and then they're
I want you to
immediately
take
like,
that
he was drunk.
magician and send him so far away that he'll never find his way back.
Yes, master.
I see. Oh, this is some good Aladdin music. 70s Aladdin.
And that is the story of how Aladdin used the power
Yeah,
of the
Thief and the
genie of
Cobbler
the
is
lamp
excellent.
to rescue his wife from the clutches of the evil and wicked magician. And Aladdin, the princess, and their genie returned home where they all
And an
lived
incredible amount of
happily
work has gone
ever
into,
after.
yeah, the recobble of that, like restoring footprints and trying to put together the most complete version of the movie based on what was done. Yeah, Richard Williams was an intense animator. Okay.
The Spirit in the Bottle.
The Spirit in
by
the Bottle.
Brothers Grimm.
This is our last 11-minute short on this tape.
Many millions of years ago, long before animals or even plants
Lululemon
had appeared on the earth. The world was inhabited by a band of evil spirits who roamed the land, and a choir of angels high above in the
Oh
heavens.
shit, let me turn the volume back down on this. I had it boosted for the last segment because it was quiet. Sorry.
These evil spirits. I'd like to throw them all in jail. Something must be done.
All those in favor of rounding up the evil spirits, say aye. Aye!
Oh my God, the evil spirits. I love them. They're the cutest evil spirits.
In no time at all, the angels had rounded up every last spirit. But now the problem was where to keep all of them. The angels just couldn't keep them locked up in chains like that.
The hand going blur,
That would be too
blur,
cruel.
blur.
That should do nicely.
That's right. The angels shrank all of those evil spirits, plunked them into all the bottles, barrels, and jugs they could find. And when the evil spirits had all been safely hidden away, the angels scattered those bottles and things all over the world. But that was so long ago that even the angels have forgotten where they scattered all those evil spirits. So be careful.
This is the setup
One
for a
could be
video
in your
game.
neighborhood right now.
I wonder what's inside.
What is going on?
Not so very long ago,
This is great.
a very poor woodcutter lived alone in a dark forest.
There's so much setup to this story.
The woodcutter worked from very early every day to very late every night, doing his best to make enough money so that he could put some savings aside. The savings were a part of the woodcutter's dream. He wanted very much for his only son to become a doctor. But that was quite expensive, and it cost the woodcutter every spare penny he could make. But then, one day...
Father, I'm home.
Huh? What are you doing home in the middle of the week? It's not a school holiday, is it? Huh?
No, it's not a holiday. I flunked out, that's all.
Flunked out? Oh.
Looks like I won't be becoming a doctor after all. It's good to be home.
But
This is
that
the spirit
means
in a
all
bottle.
that money I worked
It's
so hard
apparently
to
a
save is
folktale
all gone for
collected
nothing.
by
Don't take
the
it so
Brothers
hard,
Grimm.
Father. Maybe I just wasn't meant to become a doctor after all. Don't worry, I'll be all right. Maybe I'll just stay here and become a woodcutter like you. Nothing wrong with that, is there?
The son was too young to understand how disappointed his father was. Woodcutting was back-breaking work. He didn't want that for his son. He wanted him to become a great doctor, respected by one and all.
Hey, Father, wait for me! If I'm to become a good woodcutter like you, I'd better start to learn right now. Let me try it, okay?
I don't think you know what you're getting into, son. Why, you've never had to lift anything so heavy as a sack of flour in your whole life. I don't think you're ready for this. Why don't you try looking for a city job?
Don't worry about me, Father. I know this won't be easy at first, but I'm not as soft as you think. Just give me a chance to help you, okay?
Well, the father was right. Woodcutting was a lot harder than it sounded.
I could never pull off that page boy hairdo, though.
You were right. I don't think I'm going to make it as a woodcutter.
Not enough brains in school or a strong enough back for work.
Don't worry about me. If it wasn't meant to be, it wasn't meant to be. I'll find something to do. Maybe I could become a juggler in the circus.
Juggler in the circus?
Well, I
If
do
you'd
need
just
that hat.
spent a little more time on your books, you could have been a doctor, you lazy good-for-nothing.
Have you ever seen such a happy-go-lucky boy? He truly believed that if he just waited long enough, he was sure to find his true destiny.
Help me! Won't somebody please help me?
Who?
Help me, won't you? I'm over here!
Who is it? I can't see. Where are you?
I'm over here at the foot of this giant oak tree! Get me out of here, won't you? Hurry, please!
Huh? Oh. 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 Huh? Wonder what this is.
Hey, get me out of this thing, won't you? What are you waiting for?
Why, it looks like one of those evil spirit bottles.
Hey, what's the matter with you? Can't you see I'm stuck in here?
Of course, the woodcutter's son had never heard the story of the angels and the evil spirits.
Was this
so
the
he
inspiration
saw no
for Space
reason not to
Jam?
let it out. Oh, no.
Are they going to get big? Yes, they get big. And then they play basketball, I think.
Stretch out for 1,000 years. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1.
You gave me such a start that I fell down and bumped my knee. Who are you anyway?
Why, I'm one of the most powerful evil spirits in the universe. Sure want to thank you for getting me out. I've got quite a treat for you, you know.
Really? What is it?
It's very special. I'm going to eat you for breakfast.
What kind of treat is that? Remember, I'm the one that got you out of the bottle.
You have to remember that I'm an evil spirit. You didn't expect me to be nice to you, did you? If I did that, I couldn't call myself evil. It's a great honor to be eaten by someone as powerful as me.
I don't know why this is giving me steamed hams vibes.
Hey, wait a minute!
That boy could think fast when he had to. He had a plan.
What's the matter with you? You're not being very polite, you know.
Gonna go become a doctor and then come back.
But I just wanted to be sure you're a real evil spirit.
And punch him directly in the
If you
spleen.
could just prove to me that you're a real evil spirit.
Well, just what kind of proof would it take?
To tell you the truth, there was so much smoke and fog, I couldn't tell if you really came out of that bottle. If you were to do it one more time...
You call that proof? That's no problem at all for an evil spirit like me. Here, hold on to this and I'll be right back.
Whoa!
Okay, get a load of this. Okay, that should prove it. Out! Hey, what's going on here?
Their one fatal weakness,
If I let
bottles.
you out of there, you'll eat me for breakfast. You had your chance, but I outsmarted you. I guess you'll just have to
And
get
being
used to life in the
stupid.
bottle again.
If you let me out, I'll give you a real treat. And this time I promise.
Okay, but this time I want it before you get up.
Oh, now the boy's
you won't
stupid.
trick me again.
Well, okay. I'll give you my walking stick.
This old thing? What in the world would I do with a walking stick this big?
But that's not just a walking stick. See that button on the side? All you have to do is push it and the stick will cure any sickness in the world. It really will. I promise.
But this is much too big for me to carry around. How about something smaller?
Do I look like Santa Claus or something?
Well, if you'd rather stay in the bottle...
Okay, you win. Try turning that button to the right.
Oh, Ziggy.
Like this?
It was just as the evil spirit promised, so the woodcutter's son decided to test the stick's healing powers on his own bruised knee. Well, it may be an evil spirit,
RPG
but
Maker
as long
2000
as he's
sound
kept in
effect.
that bottle, he knows enough to tell the truth.
There! Now let me out like you promised, okay?
But if I let you out, you'll just go back to your evil ways again, now won't you?
Of course! What else is an evil spirit to do? I've had 1,000 years to think
Yeah,
of
at least he's
100 new
honest.
dirty tricks.
Looks like you'll have to stay in the bottle.
What? But you promised!
I really didn't mean to lie, but at least now you know how it feels. I can't very well let you out of there just so you can start playing dirty tricks, now can I?
Wait a minute! Don't leave me here! You promised!
Give that voice actor
Thanks to
an,
the evil
an Oscar.
spirit's walking stick, the woodcutter's son became a very great doctor. There wasn't a single sickness
Stick
or
house.
disease in the world he couldn't cure. His waiting room was busy from morning till night, and the son soon
Why do
became
they have to
rich
wait so
enough
long?
to
He has
pay
a
his
magic
father
stick
back.
that cures everything instantly.
Okay, let me see that foot. There you go.
It didn't cure his bone, it just removed the cast.
Next, show in the next patient.
So that is the story of the spirit in a bottle. But just remember, there may be one of those evil spirit bottles still lying around in your own neighborhood. So be very careful in opening and playing with any strange bottles or cans you might find. An evil spirit might jump out.
Obligatory scaring small children at the end. And And I'm going to guess there are no credits or titles of any kind on this tape. That's how Diamond Entertainment Corporation rolls. That was a great tape. I was very pleasantly surprised by that. I hope you all were too. We have one more, I think, at least. There may be others that I didn't label as such, but this one didn't have a case. It just says Testament Joseph, but it's by the same company and looks to be a similarly short tape of perhaps religious cartoons. I don't know. It seems like Diamond Entertainment just licensed random cartoons from all different places and put them on tape. Could be. Could be. I don't know what Testament would be. Let's move on to another tape, shall we? We've got... Let's see. I've picked out several. This one was, I believe, sent in by West Coast Deb from Alaska. It is 23 minutes from United Learning in Niles, Illinois. Mush, Alaskan Grit and the Winning Spirit. It is, we are told, good. There's nothing really on this tape to indicate what it is, but I assume it's about dog sledding and how to do it, or why to do it, where to do it, why it's good to do. Yes, Hal.
Adversity to hold more.
You are more than welcome to send me a VHS. If you DM me on Discord, I can give you an address. Now, if it is a PAL VHS, I won't be able to play it. But if it's from North America or Japan, I can play it. Yeah. I mean, I could buy a multi-region VCR at some point. Joshy D has one that he offered me. That's like, I think it's an American product that plays both NTSC and PAL tapes. So I assume it wouldn't require like a voltage converter or anything. But it's also worth several $100s. So. Yeah, I don't know. I got so many tapes already. It's something for future consideration, I think. Multi-region support here on Golden VCR. Anyway, let's check out Mush, Alaskan Grit, and the Winning Spirit. This was sent in by West Coast Deb. Thank you, Deb. Oh, I did not transcribe the title of that correctly. I can fix that. Welcome to my private home. Oh my God, that's a really good logo. I collect the logo graphics so that I can put them together into a compilation one day. United Learning. We got dogs.
The Iditarod, one of the most grueling athletic events in the world, covers nearly 1,200 miles over some of the roughest landscape on the face of the earth. Susan Butcher, multiple winner of the Iditarod, has overcome tragic adversity to hold more records, to win more major races than any other athlete in the history of long-distance dog sled racing. This is the story of how Susan Butcher overcame incredible obstacles, mushing her dogs to domination in one of the world's most demanding sports. Mush, Alaskan grit, and the winning
spirit. Okay, copyright 1991. We have a year for this now.
My life in Bush, Alaska may not seem to have many similarities with your life, and long-distance sled dog racing probably has nothing to do with your business. But learning how to set goals and achieve them is a universal theme. It has to be done through hard work.
Is this a motivational tape for business
and
people?
the ability to overcome adversity.
It just happens to be dog sled
But
themed?
you must also have the winning spirit.
And there you see her, the winner of the 1986 Iditarod, Susan Butcher, coming down the chute.
I'm
Winning her
intrigued.
second consecutive championship, Susan Butcher.
Oh, that looks just like the Berkey.
Time
but
in a
with
row,
dogs.
Susan Butcher, the winner of the 1988 Iditarod and a Northern route record.
The 1990 champion of the Iditarod Trail Race, Susan Butcher of Manly, Alaska.
Oh, I believe Hal was out of point.
There's a
Sled
quote
socialism.
that's always meant a lot to me. It's from a poem by Robert Frost.
Hal has
Two
provided
roads diverge in a yellow
valuable
wood,
England
and
commentary.
I took the one less traveled by, and that has made all the difference. I was raised in Cambridge, Massachusetts. There weren't many people there who wanted to be a dog musher or go live in the wilderness. Not any that I knew, anyways. Even as a teenager, I used to spend all my weekends in Maine and up in Nova Scotia. So the only goal I
We do
had
have,
in life
yeah,
was to
1996
get far
Iditarod
into
tape.
the wilderness as I could,
as
live in a
well.
log cabin, work with animals. Within 3 months of moving to Alaska, I had achieved those goals. I was living 50 miles from my nearest neighbor. I was living alone in a log cabin with a team of sled dogs. It was utopic for me. There was moose and caribou everywhere. But after 2 years, I realized I needed another goal, so I decided to run the Iditarod.
She's totally determined. The one thing about it is
69.
she wants to win more than anything
Nice.
else. And
The first time, I only wanted to finish. But I found that I loved the competition and that I was very good at it. So my next goal was to be the best long-distance sled dog racer in the world. And the reason it works for me is because I love working with the dogs. I love living out here in the wilderness. I love my life.
I still don't know what the tape is about. I'm intrigued by this person and her dog life.
This is
Her
our
dog
home,
accomplishments.
Trailbreaker Kennels. It's 150 miles northwest of Fairbanks, Alaska. This was a building that David and I built in order to get married in. We just built a frame for it, and then I sewed a tent to put over it. And we had the largest gathering in Eureka in the history, which was 250 people. And the dogs were the ring bearers.
One night I went to Manly to attend the Miners' Ball. If you have not danced in Manly, you've never danced at all. And I met a northern beauty there who turned my head around. She was broad of beam, and when she danced, she shook the frozen ground. She was as strong as any man, she was as fair as she was wide. And when the dance was over, I asked her to be my bride.
I love this photo, this old-ass photo album graphic. It's great.
I had taken the road less traveled by, and it did make all the difference.
Woofette.
The Iditarod starts
A
down
dog
here
girl,
in
or
Anchorage.
perhaps girl dog.
The race is 1,200 miles or thereabouts.
Oh, that's a long distance. That's a very long distance. Alaska is big. It's 938 miles. which is 1,500 kilometers.
We start the race with
Takes 8 to 15 days.
up to 20 dogs. No less than 8, no more than 20. And we are not allowed to substitute any new dogs in there. So the dogs you start with are the dogs you're going to finish with.
I did not know that, no. I guess I knew it was a multi-day race, but I didn't know it went from the coast to the other end of Alaska.
This is going over one of the 3 major mountain ranges that we have to cross. We have 90 miles of what's called the Nikolai Burn. This is one of the most difficult areas to get through. Depending on the year, we go either
the race was named for the Iditarod Trail, which was named for the town of
Iditarod. Along the
Iditarod,
Yukon River for 200 miles.
which was an Athabascan village.
It's a 24-hour-a-day race. You have to set your own schedule. There are no rules as to how long you should mush every day and how long you should rest the dogs. It's
Which was named after the Iditarod River.
My belief is the dogs need at least 12 hours of rest out of every 24.
The river's name ultimately comes from the Athabascan word
dogs, the musher's work really begins. That's when the dogs get their rest time.
Morning, Joshy
and,
D. How you
we
doing,
care
man?
for everything.
We're watching Mush, Alaskan
These
Grit,
dogs are treated
and the Winning Spirit.
like the finest athletes in the world. Occasionally, you'll get a group of mushers all in a
You missed some great
checkpoint at the same
cartoons
time. And that's when
that
we
had,
sit
like,
around a campfire
Zelda
and tell
2
each other
vibes.
lies about our team. And the dog teams like that, and then we couldn't get out of it. It was cute. Each year, we join here at Caltag, go over the hill to the Bering Sea, and along the coast up to Nome. And when we reach the Bering Sea, we actually cross directly across the ice at 3 different areas. I don't know if I've been through a race yet where we haven't had 70-mile-an-hour winds. And usually where we get that is on the coast. And you get blowing snow, and you get ground storms, where you have whiteout conditions where sometimes you can't even see your lead dog.
It's held in
for
early
25 or
March.
30 miles.
I guess that's what March is like on the Bering Sea.
Our winters are very long, they're very dark, and the Iditarod is sort of the coming of spring. And it's exciting for them to have all the mushers traveling through in the old style. Obviously, moving down the trail is the most important. You want to move as fast as you can. The top 10 teams are very equal in speed. So the difference is going to be over the long run. It's going to be the endurance that is left in that team, and it's going to be the work that the musher has done to help that team out. Being the best dog musher is a daily thing, and it's that daily perfection that I enjoy just as much as coming across the finish line #1 in Nome. Winning a race is what tells the rest of the world and myself that I've achieved my goal. But what tells me in my
dogs are
heart
so
that
happy
I'm
to
the
be
best
pulling
is
out
the
ATV.
care that I take for my dogs and the pride that I have in my kennel here at home. It's important to concentrate for a given period of time on one main goal and work hard on that one. This is the list that I wrote for my 1990 racing season. I wrote out my goals, and then I took each goal and subdivided them. So, to win the Iditarod, I need to be well organized, a good training program for the dogs,
This is like
strong
a
bodies for the
motivational tape
dogs,
that's
strong body and
mostly
mind
just
for
about
Susan.
dog sledding.
I need to free up my husband to help me train. I need to get each dog into races prior to the Iditarod. And then I take each subdivision and divide it even more. For instance, to give the dogs their strong bodies, I need to have a good nutritional program. I need to figure out a resting schedule. Then I need to test each of those. I need a good vaccination program, worming program, and I need to test the dog's blood values before and after each race. In order to educate the dogs, I have to work year-round. I start when they're tiny little puppies. I bring them over and go,
Oh, God.
puppy, puppy, puppy. It's a reassuring
That would be hell
sound
to move
them,
to remote
and I bring
Alaska
them food and love
to
and
get away
petting
from
and
civilization,
attention.
only to
This
set up
sound
Jira.
always means good things to them throughout their whole life. We need to teach the puppies what it's going to be like to be a sled dog. They're going to encounter open water, glare ice, so we take them loose, fun runs, so they can experience all these things. before they ever get
That's
in
a
the
great
harness.
project management joke. Dog sledding is agile.
They
Wonderful for
love
rafting.
to run. They've been bred for over 5,000 years for this purpose. They want to travel. They want to see what's around the next bend. And most importantly, they love to pull. We don't have to teach them that. The toughest thing we have to teach them is how to whoa. They're bred from the wolf. They have a beautiful, thick coat, and they love the outdoors. They're very territorial. When we let them loose, they'll run around for a little while, but pretty soon they'll be back in their house, enjoying their area. I do depend a lot on the leaders, but it's important that the whole team knows which direction we're going, especially when there's a tight tree and the whole team has to make it around that tree. So repetition is the main thing I need. This means each dog has to get out on a run 3 to 5 times a week, all year long, every week of their life. All of the physical activity takes the entire day to complete.
How would you have trained a dog sled team before, like in the summer, before motor vehicles?
Often, I'm up till midnight or 1 or 2 in the morning, completing what I call vet checks.
I wouldn't have
checking
thought of
out
that.
each
You could just
small
hitch 'em
item
up
of
to
the
your
dogs,
ATV
their
and
feet,
drive 'em around.
and their general health and care, their coat.
I guess, yeah, wheels exist. Have existed for a while.
I love to hear them howl because it means I'm doing a good job. They're happy, they're content, and they're well fed. I have proved that this method works for winning races, but it can work for setting any goals and reaching them. First, having gone through the process of writing it down, it gives you the confidence in yourself that you need to achieve that goal. Secondly, if you've written this down, it gives you a clear and organized path to follow to reach your goals. And thirdly, if you have chosen a goal which seems insurmountable, by having these smaller levels to reach, it makes the whole goal seem more attainable. Once you learn how to set goals and achieve them, it becomes so exciting. It's almost an addiction to me now. I'm looking forward to the next racing season to set new goals and to achieve them. My dogs aren't just working dogs. They're pets also. But it's important that they trust me completely. That's what I'm starting on when they're young. I'll never push them too far or run them too hard when I'm racing. This way they'll always keep that trust. But in return, they have to learn that I trust them. When I'm in the wilderness, these dogs know a lot more than I do. Many times I will put my life in their hands. And they have to learn that I trust in them.
Random cat who is not very well drawn.
This is Granite and one of his granddaughters. Granite's a perfect example of a dog with incredible grit and incredible heart. And I'm certainly hoping that Alice will be the same. Granite has won 3 consecutive Iditarods with me. And a lot of it is what's in his heart. It's his winning spirit. It's not just his athletic ability. Come on, Granite. Granite became seriously ill one year, and the veterinarians told me he would never be a sled dog again, let alone be able to race. That dog did not want to be left out. He insisted that I use him to train puppies. And once I was using him to train puppies, he wanted to move the next level up and train yearlings.
Does he have 2 tails, or is he pooping
Finally,
out
he
a
was
tail?
back in the team. Granite led me to victory in his 3rd consecutive Iditarod win in 1988. Every veterinary test shows that he should not be a great sled dog, but he has incredible grit, incredible heart, and loves competition. When it's 10 o'clock at night and 40 below outside, and I've already mushed 50 miles for the day, it's hard to motivate myself to get out for my final run. But it's the idea that my competitors may be tucked snugly in their beds, and this could be the difference between winning and losing that gets me out on the trail again. You have to work harder than your competitors. You have to gain that competitive advantage in order to succeed.
Not everything has to be a zero-sum game.
Physical conditioning for myself is just as important for that of my canine
Like in a race
athletes.
where there's only one winner.
In
sure.
order to win the Iditarod, I have to keep my training up on a daily basis. I don't know how it is in other businesses, but I have to believe that it's the same.
In the cutthroat
You've got
world of
to put in
capitalism, I
time
guess.
on a daily basis to move towards
Snuggle
your
your
main goal.
competitors. Snuggle them to death.
I have learned how important it is to have a winning attitude, so I look for that in my dogs as well as in
puppies.
myself. I want a dog
they
who has
flop.
good physical characteristics, a strong trot, good coat, good feet. But more importantly is their heart, their drive, that extra winning spirit.
Puppy yawn.
I love adversity. It's what gives me strength, and it teaches me about life. Before the 1985 Iditarod, I was favored to win. I had come in second in 2 previous years. I had the best team I've ever had. It was a team of all veterans that had been over the trail with me before. But then, 200 miles into the race, I was attacked by a moose. She killed 2 of my best dogs and injured 13 others.
Jesus. Alaska don't fuck around.
Yeah, David, I got stopped by a moose, and Johnny's dead, and Hyde's borderline, and Maddie, Yeller, co-pilot, Cracker, Ruff, all have concussions. The only 2 that didn't get hit were Maggie and Duchess. I just went up over the hill, saw some dogs' ears go up, and that was it. But by the time I crested the hill, the moose was already completely in the middle of the team, stomping the team down. Other moose that I've run into have tromped through the team and then charged off. So I expected her to just continue all the way back through the team, go hit me. I've been hit a lot of times by the moose, and but then just keep running, look for an out. And she wasn't looking for any out. She'd just stay right in there amongst the dogs, kicking them.
Oof.
I know time ticks by real slowly, but even conservatively, I think I was there for 20 minutes. I spent the next 2 weeks in a veterinary clinic helping to save the lives of those injured dogs. There's an old Athabascan Indian saying I learned shortly after moving to Alaska. It says, there are many hard things in life, but there is only one sad thing, and that is to quit. I've used that thought many times throughout my professional career.
I think there's also an old
But
Athabascan
never so
saying,
much as
stay the
after
fuck away from
attacked
that
my
moose.
team. After such an adversity as that, it would have been easy to quit, to give up on my goal to win the Iditarod. I was at my lowest professional point in life. I was mourning the loss of 2 dogs. And it was down there at the bottom that I was able to learn about the winning attitude. I sat down and I wrote out my goals. And I wrote out a systematic
This is a
method
really
to
weird
achieve those
tape.
goals. But the most important thing was that winning spirit and that added determination. When I went into the next year's race, I said, I'm going to win 1986, and no one can take it from me.
This tape is
I
sponsored
had a
by
young team, very few veterans.
Yellow pads of
but I had the
paper.
winning spirit. I knew that I
Yellow
was
pads
gonna
of
win that
paper.
race.
The perfect medium for
After
writing
11
down your
days on the
goals.
trail, 300 miles, no snow, 50 below temperatures, storms. I was leading the race, but I was passed by another musher, 44 miles from the finish line. He had an added burst of speed. I thought I'd lost. I remembered, no one can take this race from me. I'm going to win. I got off the sled, I pumped with one leg, I ran behind it for the next 44 miles.
Coming down the chute is Susan Butcher, winner of the 1986 Iditarod. What a comeback from last year's tragedy.
Oh, I love the skull moose. Is that Karl Marx hosting a beauty pageant in the back?
I won 11 major races in the next 5 years, all but one in record time. I had learned the self-confidence I needed to achieve my goals. So please, feel good about yourself. Each one of you deserves to be a winner.
But only
Find
one of you
your
can be.
Iditarod.
Good luck. Taking each other down savagely. This was something. Andy Rickard gave us some good music. Ooh, a graphic. Hell yeah. Love me some graphics. Dieterman Marketing Corporation. Oh my god, sorry, the jingle was too good. I have to capture that too. This is the sole reason that my stream setup is so complicated. I need 2 copies of OBS. One is the direct capture from the VCR, and then I'm window capturing the OBS preview window into this OBS. All right, that was Mush, Alaskan Grit, and the Winning Spirit. Was it good, as indicated? It had drama, it had tragedy, it had motivation. Yeah, I learned, I think more viscerally than I had before, why you shouldn't fuck with a moose. But moving on, folks, I'm working on my segues today. From the snowy ice fields of Alaska to the tropical wonders of Sandals Resort in Jamaica, Antigua, St. Lucia, and Barbados. Sandals, where love comes to stay. The Caribbean's #1 ultra-inclusive luxury resorts for couples only. I'm ready to check out this Sandals promo tape. Let's see. Sandals, where love comes to stay. Love is all you need, Volume 2. Not a lot of copy on this one, so we'll just have to pop it in and see what we can learn about Sandals. I hope it's not an hour. I hope it's like a cool 20 minutes. No, I found this in a thrift store. I remember seeing TV commercials for Sandals, but I have never watched a complete promotional tape. We don't know how long this is or what year it was from.
Sandals is for lovers. Love is all you need. Let yourself be swept away. Sandals is for lovers.
We'll have to guess based on the swimsuit fashions.
Oh, love is all
I'm
you
going to
need.
say mid-90s.
Lasting memories only two can share. Sandals
Maybe
is
like
for
94.
lovers. Love is all you need.
Those bikinis look kind of 94.
Hi, I'm Kimberlyn Brown, and when I'm not working, I'm playing at Sandals. Perhaps you saw me on Runaway with the Rich and Famous. We filmed at Sandals Antigua.
Oh, those graphics are early
I had
90s.
such a great time enjoying the beach, the sun, the water sports that we decided we definitely had to come back. They say once you vacationed at one Sandals, you're going to want to try them all.
Sandals is for lovers. Love is
Kimberlyn Brown was on the CBS daytime soap operas The Young and the
Love is
Restless
all
and
you
The Bold and the Beautiful.
Because absolutely everything else is included. As the exclusive all-inclusives, Sandals are the only resorts in the world to offer more quality, more choices, more luxury, and more romance than two people in love could ever imagine.
Sandals. Its staff welcomes you. Its white sand beaches beckon you.
The sun feels
Its
so
water
good, though.
sports transform the Caribbean into an aquatic playground.
Water sports,
Its dining can be as romantic as a moonlit night, or as exotic as an oriental feast. And its elegant beachfront suites fulfill your most
Oh my God, yes, elegant beachfront suites.
standard of excellence. Sandals is the very
that room.
best of the best.
Look at that
We
decor.
call it ultra all-inclusive.
Yeah, I'm going.
You'll call it the
I'm
best
going
thing to ever happen
93
to the
on this one.
Caribbean vacation.
At Sandals, we're ultra good sports about sports, with every land sport imaginable, and it's all included, even equipment and professional instruction. So go ahead and get into the swing of things. And that just skims the surface, because we also offer an infinite variety of ultra water sports. Dive into adventure, ride the waves, or just take it easy.
I run the
Because at
Iditarod.
Sandals,
At
it's
Sandals.
always smooth sailing.
Good times are always par for the course. In Jamaica,
Are they cranking
we
up the
offer
tempo?
couples exclusive membership to our very own golf and country club. And in St. Lucia, you won't even have to step off the resort because golf is right there.
You'll never have to
Any way
mingle
you
with the
slice it,
filthy
no
locals.
other all-inclusive offers more.
One of the best things about Sandals is you can do it all or absolutely nothing at all.
Thank you,
Along
Bella.
with great sports, Sandals also offers great spots for romance. Serenely swing on a hammock for two. Soak up the sun on the most magnificent white sand beaches in the entire Caribbean. Sandals is so romantic, thousands of couples have chosen to get married here. Why not choose the most romantic place on earth for the most romantic day in your life?
Love is all you need.
Thank you.
You will. Oh my God, his sleeves.
And there's nothing more romantic than dining at Sandals.
Like
you
court
never
jester
have to wait in a
sleeves.
long line. The food is absolutely fantastic, and the ambiance, it's even better. It's perfection in paradise.
Savor gourmet dining in the glow of candlelight.
This song, oh my God.
Sandals is for lovers all day, all night.
Your day begins with a lavish breakfast. Lunch is equally sumptuous, and great food isn't limited to mealtimes because there's anytime snacks and unlimited premium brand drinks that are the toast of the town. Because we have at least 4 bars per resort, including our signature
Don't tip
swimming
him.
pool
Just
bars,
give him a
where you can
dorky
sip while you
handshake.
dip.
For dinner, Sandals has the recipe for romance. We'll tempt you with gourmet delicacies, serve you on a silver platter with our trademark white glove service, and seduce you with intimate candlelit tables for two, either indoors or outdoors underneath a canopy of stars. Nothing could be more romantic or more delicious.
Best of all, Sandals will take you on a culinary adventure around the world without ever leaving the resorts. There are 32 ultra-gourmet choices in all, featuring exotic specialty restaurants from the Far East to the West Indies. Travel to the Orient for sizzling excitement. Next, it's off to Gay Paris and over to Italy for cuisine that's amore. Then complete your world tour at Sandals' very own private
Cuisine that's amore.
Indonesian delights at Bali High.
Cuisine that is the concept of romantic love.
Get set for action. Discover new friends at our piano bars. For those who like stepping out, there's dancing till dawn in our discos. And what better way to spend the evening together than making a romantic wish upon a star? Because at Sandals, wishes do come true.
Whatever you expect from an all-inclusive, expect more from Sandals, because every room is ultra-spacious with special touches
Sandals,
like king-size beds
the rooms, yes.
and true beachfront
I hope the rooms
rooms,
still look like that.
so close to the water's edge that the gentle waves serenade you with a sonata composed by nature herself.
Sandals was founded in
For those who
1981
want the
in
best
Montego
of the
Bay,
best,
Jamaica.
choose from romantic ultra suites
By Gordon
and
Bush
ultra
Stewart.
honeymoon suites with mahogany 4-poster beds, sitting areas, and extravagant baths. Some have their very own personal plunge pools, perfect for a honeymoon, perfect for two people in love.
One of my fondest memories about staying here at Sandals has got to be the friendly staff. Not to mention the new friendships that I've made.
Our friendly staff is as warm as the Caribbean sun. They're always there with a bright smile and a helping hand to make sure your stay at Sandals is the most memorable one ever.
Wherever there are endless stretches of pristine white sand beaches, you can expect to find a Sandals. There are 10 ultra resorts in the Caribbean to choose from, with 6 tropical hideaways on the magical island of Jamaica.
The magical island.
Come feel Jamaica's magic. Feel the magic. It's a tropic paradise. Paradise. Romance in the sunshine. Sail the ocean breeze. Sandals is for lovers. Love is all you need.
This song is so good.
Sandals, Montego Bay.
How they're just like singing the content of the
Located
video.
on the largest private
Like a
beach in
Greek
all of
chorus.
Jamaica, Sandals Montego Bay is Sandals' very first resort. It also boasts some of the most lavish accommodations, so it's definitely sweet dreams in the Prime Minister's suite. The atmosphere is vibrant and energetic with an upbeat spirit. But the true spirit comes from the warmth of the people behind this resort. Maybe that's why it's the most popular one for returning guests. So come to Sandals Montego Bay and come home to old friends.
Okay, I looked up the price for 2 adults, Sandals Montego Bay, checking in June 11th, which is about a month out in the summer. Checking in on a Thursday, checking out on a Monday.
Caribbean, also in Montego Bay,
The cheapest
has always been
room
the choice of
is
royalty.
$3,800.
It's a noble escape from the everyday world in a Georgian-style great house setting.
You can
British
get-
traditions are alive with afternoon tea.
That's for the oceanfront
Then to
honeymoon
offer golf
club level
nearby.
room with balcony
Experience
tranquility
another
soaking
of
tub.
Sandals' most innovative fantasies. Dining at Bali High on the private offshore island of Kokomo. Sandals Royal
If you go up to
Caribbean,
Butler
because you
Elite
deserve
level,
to be
you
treated
can get a beachfront
royally.
swim-up honeymoon 1-bedroom butler suite with patio tranquility soaking tub for $7,400.
Oh yeah, Sandals Negril.
Sandals Negril. Casual, laid back, and located on Jamaica's most famous white sand beach. It's 7th heaven on 7 miles of serenity. True beachfront rooms and soaring loft suites grace the shoreline, making this the ultimate
That's
beach
not
resort.
including a round-trip
So
flight
indulge in
to
every
and from
land and
Jamaica.
water sport, including a spectacular racquetball and squash center and the Caribbean's best scuba diving. Then let the day slip away with a sensuous sunset. Sandals Negril is a definite favorite for an ocean of reasons.
Sandals, Ocho Rios.
Named after the romantic city which it calls home, Sandals Ocho Rios is a lush paradise, considered to be the true Garden of Eden. This quaint village-like resort is surrounded by verdant gardens, scented by fragrant night jasmine, laced with bubbling brooks and edged by a spectacular white sand beach. But unlike the original Garden of Eden, it won't be a red apple tempting couples to leave, but the green fairways of Sandals Golf and Country Club.
Sandals Duns River.
Sandals Duns River, also in Ocho Rios, has captured the romance of the Renaissance with its Italian ambiance. There is a grand feeling of opulence, but with the unmistakable Sandals' warmth and welcoming smile. You'll be in awe of the island's largest swimming pool with a dramatic waterfall, an impressive piano bar, and a glorious open-air fitness center.
My question is, why is it called Sandals?
At Sandals Duns River, we took the word more,
Everything about it just feels
placed
so
an
tacky.
A in front of it, and created pure amore.
Oh God, no.
Center. There's even golf at the country club nearby. At Sandals Duns River, we took the word more, placed an A in front of it, and created pure amore.
Pure amore.
Sandals Inn.
For couples who love intimacy, we offer Sandals Inn, located in Montego Bay. We call it the smallest resort with the biggest heart, because with only 52 rooms, no one is a stranger for very long. And to make your vacation even
This
cozier,
is very swinger
we offer
coded.
true room service. Sandals Inn, where romance and intimacy create a dream hideaway for two.
But why settle for just one Sandals when you can experience all six with our innovative Stay at One, Play at Six program, where couples can stay at one Sandals in Jamaica and vacation with full exchange privileges at all 6 resorts.
Start your adventure with snorkeling at Sandals Negril. Perfect your tan on Jamaica's largest private beach at Sandals Montego Bay. After, it's off to Ocho Rios for golf at the exclusive Sandals Golf and Country Club.
You can dine around Jamaica too. Discover Love Italian style at Ristorante d'Amore at Sandals Duns.
Ristorante d'Amore.
It's on to the 4
God
C's
damn it.
at Sandals Negril. Or indulge in Oriental favorites at Sandals Montego Bay's Tokyo Joe's. The choices are yours, and the options are endless.
But the fun doesn't end there, because Sandals also has 4 exotic resorts on 3 romantic islands in the Eastern Caribbean.
Sandals Eastern Caribbean. Love is all you need.
Share an island paradise.
Share an island paradise.
Playing in the sun.
Ooh, in the sun.
Dancing in the moonlight where 2 hearts beat as one.
Sandals Antigua.
Tokyo Joe does sound very punch out.
Runaway with the Rich and Famous thought Sandals Antigua was one of the world's best. And so will you, because when you discover this hidden treasure, you'll discover moments to treasure forever. Wander through romantic gardens, or soak up the sun on a breathtaking beach known as Dickinson Bay. The most striking features include exotic beachfront rendezvous and 4 pools clustered around pastel-hued
I
architecture.
hope his name is Tokyo Joe.
At night, let the games begin with casino gaming nearby. Sandals Antigua, on a stretch of unspoiled beach, beyond any stretch of the imagination.
Toshiro. Better than Tokyo Bay. Hal, shame on you.
Sandals St. Lucia.
Considered the emerald of the Caribbean, Sandals St. Lucia is the most glamorous
You're
resort
besmirching
in the
the
world.
honor of Sandals.
Created for the most discerning travelers, this impressive 155-acre resort is the epitome of sophistication, including a half-mile crescent-shaped beach, the Caribbean's largest pool with a towering swim-up pool bar, a majestic 9-hole golf course, and 60 elegant ultra suites, half with their own private plunge pools. For a special way to say I love you, forget about diamonds. Choose the Emerald of the Caribbean and discover something priceless, each other.
I hope all these people get hit by a hurricane during their Sandals visit.
If one resort in St. Lucia is fabulous, imagine a pair of sandals on
I
this
want there to be a
sophisticated
hurricane
island.
that's
Sandals Halcyon
just
is a
targeted
tropical
to the
haven
Sandals
alongside
locations,
an unspoiled
leaving the
white
surrounding
sand beach.
vicinities
This
completely
laid-back
untouched.
resort boasts romantic beachfront rooms, a
skirts along
lagoon-style
the coast
pool,
of Jamaica.
and an authentic pier restaurant. Plus, full exchange privileges at Sandals St. Lucia as part of our new Stay at One in St. Lucia,
Exchange
Play at Two
privileges, eh?
program.
And soon to come, Sandals Barbados. It's the perfect lover's paradise. Amidst lush gardens and breathtaking canyons alongside the clearest waters in the Caribbean, here couples seeking perfection will find their search has ended.
In the Eastern Caribbean, you can enjoy another ultra option, island hopping sandal style. It's an exclusive no other all-inclusive can offer. Each island is only 25 minutes away, so you can stay on one island or hop right over to all three.
Hop to Antigua, the island of 365 beaches, one for each day of the year.
Yeah,
but
so
don't
many
spend
ultra
all your
options.
days there, because you could be off to St. Lucia to take a peek at the Twin Peaks of the Pitons.
Then jet off to beautiful Barbados, where you can delight in some of the Caribbean's best duty-free shopping.
At Sandals, you can always be on the move. While others call it custom-made vacations, we call it island hopping
Oh,
sandal
90s
style.
rich people. Fucking investment bankers.
So choose a Sandals ultra all-inclusive vacation and experience the very best of the best. Because unlike any other all-inclusive, Sandals is unrivaled luxury, uncompromising standards of excellence, unabashed fun, and simply unforgettable.
Flying over the water.
Sandals is for lovers.
Sail the ocean breeze.
Love is all you need.
There's music and laughter.
Oh my God. Sandals Barbados didn't open until 2015.
Love is all you need.
Sandals is for lovers.
So they had to find the right crooked
Love is all you need.
politicians to bribe or something. Sandals. Call your professional travel agent. Or 1-800-SANDALS. Oh, no credits. No production year. Yeah, I think 94, 93, 94. Sounds about right. That was Sandals. Love is All You Need, Volume 2. Perhaps there are more Sandals tapes we can find in the Sandals collection. I wonder how many volumes there are. All right. Moving on. I don't have a clever segue. I just felt like it was time to finally check out the Babysitters Club, The Babysitters Remember. It's only 30 minutes. Oh, yeah, because we watched The Babysitters and The Boy Sitters in an earlier stream. This, I think... Oh, I typed a Babby. I believe, yeah, I'm going to do at least 2 more here today, unless something comes up. The Babysitters Club, The Babysitters Remember. I mean, probably. There probably are some official channels by which the hedonists and the swingers find their way to the right places at Sandals. The Babysitters Club. The Babysitters Remember. I believe this is a clip show episode. In a very special episode. Oh, Sonny, a babysitter. All right, thank you. I'll see you around. Have a good journey. In a very special episode, the babysitters share their funniest and fondest memories and celebrate their unique friendship. We make collectability a way of life. It's Scholastic Video, Kid Vision, the Babysitters Club. Cool. You should be around for probably the start of the next tape. We'll see you, Hal. We'll see you then. This is from 1993. So, around the same year as our Sandals sales pitch.
Hello, Babysitters Club.
My friends and I love the Babysitters Club more than anything ever. If you're like us, you've been busy collecting all the Babysitters Club books. And now, we're all collecting these amazing Babysitters Club videos. The babysitters are always doing these really cool things, and they have so much fun. Claudia's my favorite. She's a fantastic artist. Stacy's great too. She wears the coolest clothes. And Dawn has the most beautiful blonde hair. I think Mary Ann's the nicest, a perfect best friend. And there's Mallory. She's going to be a famous writer.
What are you going to be known for, little girl? Your clothes or your hair? Pick one.
She always makes me laugh because she's so bossy.
I'm not that bossy.
You don't want to miss a single show as the gang takes off for fun, adventure, friendship, and of course, babysitting. One of the best is the Babysitters Remember, when the girls recall the start of the club and their funniest sitting experiences. The mysteries are great too. In Claudia and the Mystery of the Secret Passage, the girls are just like detectives, solving a really spooky mystery. And in Jessie and the Mystery of the Stolen Secrets, they go undercover to figure out who's spying on the Babysitters Club. And there are more shows still to come. Make sure you get all the Babysitters Club videos. Oh, and don't forget to join the new Babysitters Club fan club. They're the Babysitters Club. And now, you can collect the new video series and be a member too.
This is quite a sales pitch. They put the pitch before the FBI warning. Welcome to my private home, where we are using this tape privately. Rusty, a big red dog who is blue, because it generated a random color and used a blue big red dog. Here, let me help. A red big dog. That will make it red.
Can always count on me, and I can count on you. Good times, bad times in between, my friends will see me through. We'll be sharing wonderful times every day.
Buddy.
All together singing our song, growing in every way. Say hello to your friends.
Babysitters Club.
Say hello to the people who care. Nothing's better than friends.
Babysitters Club.
'Cause you know that your friends are always there.
Remember lockers.
If I'm feeling down and out, if I'm feeling blue, I know I can lean on you. My friends will see me through. We're growing up together.
Okay, so they're reminiscing because it's the last day of the school year.
I'm sending you my love.
That makes sense.
Straight from the heart. Say hello to your friends. Babysitters Club. Say hello to the people.
Wait, using unnatural adjective order is a Tolkien-esque writing convention? Didn't know that.
I am so happy that school is out.
No more homework.
No more tests. Come on, Claudia. The suspense is killing me. Not yet.
Wow, those look great. Me next, Claude.
Let me see.
Okay.
I love them!
Listen to this, you guys. Heavy responsibilities have you throwing uncharacteristic temper tantrums and keep you in one place.
What's that supposed to mean?
It means that I'm so nervous about going to this dance camp. I'm thinking about not going.
Come on, you'll be great. They chose you over 500 other people. Read mine.
Lucky is your middle name. You just can't seem to make a bad move. Go for it all.
Yes! I'll be the first pitcher to throw a no-hitter at softball camp.
Listen to yours, Marianne. A sad day takes you far from old friends.
What are we gonna do without each other for 2 whole months? Write letters, call, cry. I'm beginning to miss you guys already.
I have a great idea. Let's trade something, like an earring or your Big Apple shirt, Stacy. That way, whenever we're lonely, we can feel like we have a little piece of each other.
I already have a big piece of you guys right here. Do you remember the first time you got the idea for the club? It seems like yesterday. It was the hottest day of the year, and I thought the school day would never end.
Tonight, I want you to begin reading chapters 1 through 3 about the building of the Union Pacific Railroad. Take your time on the reading. There will be a quiz. This is the year of the pop quiz, kids, and I will be pop.
Oh, God. Those little ghoul children.
Class, you have your homework assignments. Christy, I'd like to talk to you for a minute.
Mr. Redmont, I'm really sorry.
It's a very menacing
I
way
didn't mean
to
anything. I mean, I
start a
didn't mean I
conversation
was
with a
glad
student.
school's over. It's just that it was so hot and...
Yeah, I just wish you could conduct yourself with a little more decorum.
So look,
Yes, sir.
sorry,
And the best way to
I don't mean to
remember things is
objectify,
to
but
write
look at
them
the
down.
look at the ass on that
So,
man.
Tonight, I want you to write a 100-word
That's
essay
quite an impressive
on the
ass.
importance of decorum in the classroom.
Decorum. Thank you.
Decorum is important. You should be
I still can't get a sitter.
good in class.
What about Sam?
Math club.
It's very important
Charlie?
to be composed.
Football practice.
Because the other students
I'm
are trying
babysitting
to
for the Newtons.
Yeah.
What about Marianne?
Busy. Everybody is busy.
I'm really sorry you keep having this problem, Mom.
Oh, it's not your fault, sweetie. It's just that I work too hard to have to spend so much time trying to find a sitter.
I wish I knew what to do to help you.
Well, you have homework to do. Thank you for listening. I think I'll keep trying.
Okay.
This is the comic book hero origin story of the Babysitters Club.
A babysitter's club.
That's it.
My great idea.
You know, sometimes I wonder
What a
if everything
tale.
happens for a reason.
What a yarn.
Just think, if it hadn't been so hot that day and you didn't have to write that paper and your mom had such problems finding a sitter, you might never have come up with a great idea.
That's true. I'll never forget
Wow.
how nervous I was when you guys asked me to join. What?
Such storytelling.
I just remember how sophisticated you seemed and how I couldn't understand how anybody would want to live in Stony Brook after New York.
You got off easy, Stacy. By the time we were members, we had to take a written test.
That's because Christy was so bossy.
Still is.
Come on, you guys. I'm just a natural leader. Do you remember our first Babysitters Club meeting? This first official meeting of the Babysitters Club is now in session.
Do you think anybody will call?
Of course they will. Come on, the flyer says they should call between 5:30 and 6. And it's not even 5:27. But what if nobody does call?
They can only man the phones for
I could
30
frame
minutes
this
a
and
day.
sell it as a poster.
They have to call.
That's the 90s.
It's too good of an idea not to work. I mean, look at this. Need a babysitter? Save time. Call KL5-3231.
Oh my God, letters in the phone number prefix.
I'll answer it. I'll answer
Did
it.
they get their own phone line?
Hello? Babysitters Club. I was so nervous when I answered the first call, I almost dropped the phone.
You know, it's pretty good that you didn't, otherwise our first call might have been our last. You know, I think it's pretty amazing that we're still in business.
That we're all still friends.
Hey, best friends. I think it's really amazing that I survived my first job. What was that? Buffy and Pinky.
What's so funny?
Why don't you guys tell us? Well, when I got there, I arrived at this really big house, and I was so nervous.
Hi, I'm Christy Thomas. I'm here to babysit Pinky and Buffy, the twins.
Yes, come in.
Pinky and Buffy.
I can't believe how neat this place is.
I can't believe it either. Pinky and Buffy are very unruly 3-year-olds.
Where are they?
We keep them locked in the laundry room until it's time to go out.
Really? Maybe we should all go for a walk later to the brook.
That would be lovely, but they can be very difficult to manage.
That's okay. I've had lots of experience. By the way, are Pinky and Buffy boys or girls?
Well, it doesn't much matter, does it? But since you've asked, Buffy's the boy, Pinky's the girl.
I guess it doesn't much matter.
Now, get ready. These two monsters have been known to break the door down.
They have.
Stand back. Here goes.
Okay.
Sometimes I think it would be easier to babysit for animals.
Sometimes I think we already do.
That was a stand back, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Thank you.
What was the worst babysitting job you ever had? Mine was when Betsy Stoback convinced me to use that old swing and I broke my leg.
That was awful.
I almost quit the club. What about the time I thought Buddy Barrett disappeared?
I can't tell if this is a compilation of clips
Did you
from
find
other
him?
episodes or
Of
if they're
course.
just
His scatterbrained mom forgot to tell
this
me
is
it
an
was
original
Kids' Day with
story.
Dad.
I think the worst
where they
was
reminisce
the
about
snobs.
things for
Talk about spoiled.
And
20 seconds at a time.
obnoxious. You guys just didn't know how to deal with them. All they needed was a taste of their own medicine.
It's my turn. It is not. It is too.
Come on, you guys, quit arguing. Come look at this. Okay, that's it.
Pissant little
Time
Hitler
to
youth
clean
boy.
up.
That's your job.
My job?
Learn some
Yes, you
manners.
work for us.
Oh, I see.
And anyway, we like our room messy. Yes, very messy.
Oh, well, you know what? You're absolutely right. I just love a messy room. But you know, I don't think this room is messy enough. I mean, look at this. A set of logs, and they're not on the floor.
A set of generic, non-presidential logs.
Well, you said you liked a messy room. So do I. Here we go.
Just gonna wreck your shit.
Let's make a nice little mess here.
Stop it!
Stop what? I'm having so much fun. Look. Messy, messy, messy.
Cut it out!
Oh, is this bed made? How can that be? Look at this. Let's make a mess now. This is really messy. Woo. There you go. Come on, what's the matter?
Give me that
Oh, you're
back!
having fun?
Give me that!
Fine, you can have that. Here we go. Max, watch out. Okay. Messy, messy, messy.
Stop it! You're messing up all my pretty things.
But you like to mess.
Not
Wait,
anymore.
really?
Now I want to clean. Come on, Max, help me.
Lincoln, I thought there, because President Lincoln was born in a log cabin. That was his whole deal, was being born in a log cabin. That was his claim to
They
fame.
weren't such terrors after that. I wish I could have been there. Guys, I'm hungry. Can we get something else to eat?
I'm thirsty. Do you have any milk? Of course we do. We have everything. Come on, let's go.
I went to school in Alabama, so they skipped over a lot of the other Lincoln
so lucky
stuff.
you don't have to worry about what
It
you
was
eat.
mostly about the log cabin.
True. I know you've got special problems because of your diabetes, but I've got to be careful too. Dancers cannot get fat.
It's not that way anymore. People know better. It's more talent and skill that are important.
So what do you guys want?
Orange juice, water, and Diet Coke, and no ice, and a lemon. I'm so heavy that I'm out of school. I know. No test.
The ancient teacup.
Look what I found.
Oh no.
My grandmother was the best in the whole world. I miss her so much.
We all miss her.
She always made me feel so good about myself. Especially when Janine made me feel like an idiot.
I used to love the way she'd talk.
Hey, remember the first time that we took her to get pizza?
That was so funny. We got all dressed up to go to this traditional Japanese dinner. The place ended up being closed, so we had to go to this hangout for high school kids. Everybody stared at us.
It was so embarrassing. And when it was over and it was time to leave, Mimi stands up, turns around, and says in a very loud voice, "Best Japanese food I ever eaten."
So funny. I think the best was when Mimi hosted that traditional Japanese tea.
Yeah.
That was so
great.
nice. It was so nice.
Thank you.
This is so pretty, you know? It smells really
It
strong.
smells
strong.
Thank you.
What do you think?
Did you smell it?
It smells so strong.
Thank you.
Oh, they all have kimonos.
Where's Christy?
Oh, I don't know.
Are they just
I think
sitting
she's
around the
having
coffee
problems getting
table?
into her clothes.
Oh, there's Christy. You look lovely. Very lovely.
I look ridiculous.
No, you look fine. Here.
How do you walk in these things?
Very slowly.
Thank you.
Special tea is very special time to talk, to share. You're very lucky girls. You have very special friendship.
Very interesting.
You can't fool Mimi, I know. Green tea takes time to learn to like. When I was little, we always drank mugicha, made from barley. It was very nice in the summer. Japanese sweet cakes.
These are sweet. What are they made of?
Rice.
Mimi is played by
Rice and beans.
Takayo
Sounds
Fisher.
Mexican.
who was born
No taco chips in old Japan.
Takayo
And no
Tsuboshi.
pizza either.
She was Nisei. She was
So,
her
my
family
babysitters,
was
how is school?
interred
much homework.
in
You do the best you can. More important, you
incarceration
help
camps
each other,
when she
like
was
your club.
10. And she went on to be a stage, film, and TV actress as well
Oh,
as a voiceover artist.
Mallory, you're a very lucky person.
Why? What do you mean?
You have steam rising from your tea.
But we all have steam.
But only Mallory has good luck.
Why can't we all have good luck, Mimi?
Because the steam must rise straight towards the sky. If the steam rises straight, the person has good luck.
No fair.
Even more important
Takayo
than
Fisher
having luck,
is still alive.
having
She is
friends, drink tea with friends, be friends for life.
I like that one.
She is
Me
92.
too.
She appeared on It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia as a North Korean bar owner named Mr. Kim.
That was a really nice toast.
Sorry. That's okay. Mimi always used to say, good night sleeping, keep bed bugs weeping.
She sure had some doozies.
She loved learning about American customs.
But you know, she never forgot about the beautiful rituals and ceremonies of Japan.
What's so funny? I was just thinking about the time we staged that ridiculous ceremony before your mom and Watson's wedding. That was so funny. David, Michael, and Karen, the newlyweds.
God, speaking of tortured segues,
Oh yes, Karen the magnificent.
this whole tape is tortured segues.
Everybody ready? Ready?
Okay, girls. Give me a smile. All right, look at me. Beautiful.
Okay, bridesmaids, here we go.
Flower girl. Where's Catherine?
Catherine! Catherine! Come on. There are your flowers. Come on. Good job.
We are gathered here today to join these two guys in
Oh,
Holy matrimony.
child weddings.
in holy moly. Weddings are very important. You have to know what you're getting into. If you think you're ready, then we can take the oath. Are you ready?
We're ready.
Okay. Karen, do you promise to love your husband and help him out and not hog the television?
I guess so.
And you, David Michael, do you promise to love your wife and help her out and show her how to ride a two-wheeler?
I guess.
Okay. By the way, are you two going to have any kids?
Yes!
Well, if you do, be nice to them, all right? And don't give them any bedtimes. And don't yell at them when they forget to feed the dog. And once in a while, let them go into the toy store and buy anything they want, even if it costs $40.
All right.
Great. You may now put the ring on the bride's finger. You may now kiss the bride.
What? You never said I had to kiss her. Ew!
So much for that marriage.
Come on, you guys. Let's go back upstairs.
It's gonna be really weird not having babysitter club meetings.
I'm really gonna miss all the kids.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, me too.
How many hours do you think we've all spent babysitting in total?
Hundreds. Thousands.
Millions.
I'm not sure how many hours, but I think it's safe to say that no other babysitters have as much experience with kids as we do.
But that certainly didn't help us when we had our own children.
Had your own children?
Sure, you remember our modern living class experiment.
Oh, yeah. You guys were nervous
Modern
parents.
living class?
Well, you try being married to Alan Gray. Oh, if I had to raise a child with him in real life, I'd die.
Well, Aaron Albright wasn't much better. He had an opinion about everything, and he always wanted to do everything his own way.
I'm so glad my school didn't
Everybody
make
is
arbitrary
with their assigned
heterosexual
partners.
pairings out of students and make them take care of a baby.
You may be wondering what we're doing here.
We didn't believe in modern living
Well,
class.
This is your big day. Congratulations. I now pronounce you husband and wife for as long as you are members of my modern living class. You may sit down. Now, I hope you all wait a little longer to have children, but for the purposes of this experiment, I want to congratulate you on the birth of your first baby.
Yeah,
These eggs are your
I've only
babies.
known this as a TV thing.
And they must be fed regularly, clothed, taken to the doctor, and most important, watched over. You must never leave your baby alone, and someone must be available to care for it at all times. Well, that's it. Good luck.
I would just carry several eggs with me at all times.
That
so
doesn't
that
look very safe.
If I break
Well, where do you
one,
want me to put it?
I don't know, but
I can
shouldn't we
always
give
produce
it
a
a name
fresh
so we don't have
egg
to
on
call
demand.
it?
Do you have any suggestions?
How about Skip?
Skip makes it sound like a cartoon. How about Douglas?
Douglas makes him sound like a geek.
Listen, I'll put him or her in my bag for now. We'll discuss names in study hall. Come on.
Look, I'll pick Izzy up at your house after my practice.
After your practice, I have my own practice.
Yeah, well, what are we gonna do?
I don't know. Okay, all right. I'll take him this time, but next time it's you.
Yeah, sure. A son should spend quality time with his dad.
I promise this isn't gonna hurt her at all. It's non-toxic. And besides, we want her to look beautiful, right?
You can have her in the morning.
But Logan, Sammy's our child, and we're supposed to share the responsibility. I don't think it's fair for you to say you're gonna take her home every night.
I know, but how am I supposed to be sure that you're gonna feed her in time and change her and run to her when she cries?
Oh, great.
It's
You
just
don't
an
trust
egg.
me? We've got big
How do you do
problems if
any
we
of
have a
these
child,
things
and
with an
you're not
egg?
gonna trust me with her.
It's not that I don't trust you. It's just that I worry.
How about Hubert?
You have to be kidding me. What makes you think it's a him, anyway?
I don't know. I've just always wanted a boy.
Fine. It's a him, and his name is Skip. Happy?
Maybe we should feed him.
Sure. Sure. Let's feed our egg. Makes perfect sense to me.
He's broken.
What's wrong?
I can't find our baby. I've lost our baby.
How could you do this?
I didn't do anything.
Why are all of the other clips 10 seconds, and this is like an entire episode?
There he is. Where is he? Here. Oh,
Don't throw him.
thank goodness Skip is okay.
Mommy and Daddy will never let that happen to you again.
Oh, poor baby was almost scrambled eggs.
Well, that was an excellent experience.
Come to think of it, the whole egg experiment was really an accomplishment.
Not as big an accomplishment
That's the
as my
same
learning
joke,
how to sign, so I could help Matt
Sybil,
Broderick work out
or
of
whatever
his
your name
show.
is.
True. I think our biggest accomplishments have been taking
Can't just
care
do
of
the
other
egg
people's
pun
kids.
again. and
Exactly,
add
like
nothing.
you helping Charlotte Johansson overcome her shyness so she could be best
Wait,
friends with
Charlotte
Rebecca.
Johansson?
What about when we helped organize the kids to send clothes and stuff to their Zuni pen pals?
I remember. Didn't we have to rescue Mrs. Kilburn's favorite necklace and Watson's priceless leather-bound books for the yard sale?
And some people even donated their parents' imported chocolates and caviar.
Girl in the blue tank top is not
I think our
as good of an
biggest
actor.
accomplishment is us.
What do you mean, Stacy?
I don't think many people could be so close and really be there for each other.
I think we'll be close forever.
But what if we have to move away? I don't want to stay in Stony Brook
I
my
think
whole
Glasses
life.
Girl is the
I'll
best
probably
actor.
never get away from my brothers and sisters.
Well, we could still be friends, even if we live in different places.
Yeah, but it just won't be the same.
Let's make a pact that every year, no matter where we are, we'll have a big, wonderful babysitter club reunion.
What if I'm dancing in Europe?
We'll all go there.
What if we have kids and can't get a sitter?
Bring them along, of course.
That's a thought. The Babysitter's Babies Club? It's gonna be weird without you guys for the whole summer.
Yeah, but just think how great it will be when we all come home.
You know what else will be great?
Yeah, falling asleep.
Oh my gosh. Guess
How
what time it is?
egalitarian. No one gets to bed.
Midnight?
How'd you know?
I can read time.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Sweet dreams. Sweet dreams. Try not to get up too early tomorrow morning.
Good night sleeping. Keep bed bugs weeping.
Claudia, go to sleep. I love you guys. I love you more.
Love you, infinity.
What are we gonna do tomorrow? We could go to the park. We could go swimming.
At this rate, we'll sleep through
And then they
tomorrow.
graduated and never spoke to each other
Right.
again. Yeah,
Hey, Stacy.
that was kind of my school experience.
I still buy you a Big Apple t-shirt.
Sure. Hey, Claude.
Yeah?
What about your jade earrings?
What about them?
You guys.
I'm just gonna get this song, because why not? Oh, I should go back a little, sorry.
You guys. You can always count on me, and I can count on you. Good times, bad times in between, my friends will see me through. We'll be sharing wonderful times every day. All together singing our song, growing in every way. Say hello to your friends, Babysitters Club. Say hello to the people who care. Nothing's better than friends, Babysitters Club. 'Cause you know that your friends are always there. If I'm feeling down,
John Oates was a gaffer on this?
I'm feeling blue,
Surely not that John Oates.
I know I can lean on you. My friends will see me through. We'll be sharing wonderful times every day. All together singing our song, growing in every way. Say hello to your friends, Babysitters Club.
Say hello to the people who care.
Nothing's better than friends.
Babysitters Club, 'cause you know that your friends are always there. Thank you, Glenn Roven.
Down and out. If I'm feeling blue,
IKEA! Hooray for IKEA.
can lean on you. My friends will see me through. We're growing up together, never to part.
Carolina Pads, Corn Nuts, Crunch and Munch, Diane Good Books, Dixie Paper Products, Ever-Ready Batteries, Gund, Jiffy Pop, Mattel, Milton Bradley, Mrs. Fields Cookies, Pier 1 Imports, Play School, Ragu Foods. Ooh, fashion brands featured in Babysitters Club include Guess, Sam and Livy, Keds, Shady Characters, Street Life, Ultra Pink, and Urban Outfitters.
'Cause you know that your friends are always there. Say hello to your friends, Babysitters Club. 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 Say hello to your friends, Babysitters Club.
Howdy, Swift. We have just finished The Babysitters Remember. Oh, boy. All right. We got some good, these have been some excellent tapes. I want to do at least one more. Because I assume we've got the airwaves. Let's see. What did I have pulled up a second ago? Oh, yeah. So we could do... I have right here, sent in by the Bella Bunny, Nuzzling with the Noozles, a magical adventure. This looks like a Japanese cartoon that was dubbed by Saban International, like the Proto-Funimation. Or we also have, this jumped out at me because everybody's been seeing them Northern Lights lately. There's the Northern Lights from Yellowknife Films, distributed by the National Film Board of Canada. What do we want to watch? Let me do a poll. I will make a 1-minute poll. Here it is. Tell us what you want to see. Noozles or Northern Lights. Yeah, Northern Lights is more timely, and also we've had cartoons already, but if the people want cartoons, they will get cartoons. It looks like Noozles are winning. There are 2 Noozle tapes. Yeah, I have no idea what the Noozles are. There's Nuzzling with the Noozles, A Magical Adventure from 1988, and from the following year, Noozles, Blinky and Pinky's Excellent Adventure. It has a koala wizard. This is not the tape we'll be watching today, but this will help us see what the Noozles are all about. And the Noozles have cinched it. All right, Nuzzling with the Noozles, A Magical Adventure. This is a rare tape where the front cover is portrait and the back is landscape, so you can't really read that very well. Nuzzling with the Noozles. In one magic moment, a little girl nuzzles her stuffed koala's nose, and wonder of wonders, he comes to life.
And that's not all. Moments later, his sister appears out of nowhere. Now the fun really begins as the bright-eyed trio, Blinky, Pinky, and Sandy, take you from one delightful adventure to another. With its special blend of reality and fantasy, Noozles is the kind of fun kids of all ages will enjoy. A fully animated feature, 40 minutes.
Sorry, I had to get that out before Hal got back and crucified me. Noozles, A Magical Adventure. Let's do it. Sometimes it helps to read the copy in a fun voice. Starring Blinky, Pinky, and Sandy. Let's do it. It's Noozle time. Y'all ready to Noozle? Whoops, here we go. Nuzzling with the Noozles, A Magical Adventure. Oh, is that Australian? I guess it was kind of Australian. I thought I was doing a perfect Devon accent, actually. 100%. Oh my God, I love this. Oh, we need this. We need this so bad. Just for Kids, a name to remember in children's entertainment. So Haim Saban isn't he related? Yeah, Saban Entertainment produced Power Rangers, Ninja Turtles, a bunch of other stuff. He is not affiliated with Funimation, I don't think. I was thinking of Chris Sabat. That's a similar name. Noozles is also known as Fushigina Koala Burinki, the Wondrous Koala Blinky. It's a 26-episode anime by Nippon Animation released in Japan in '84.
How the biggest, most important things happen when you least expect them to. It was a beautiful summer's day along the coast. It seemed like everyone in town was taking advantage of the splendid weather. At the harbor, however, an unusual discovery was about to be made. Salvagers were bringing up an old freighter that had sunk many, many years ago. Inside the ship was a box of cargo that would forever change the life of a particular little girl named Sandy Brown.
That's enough. Tie her down. All right, men, let's go have a look.
Come on, guys.
38 years. We were still in diapers when this tub went down. Wonder what she was carrying.
Well, whatever that stuff is, it's been underwater an awful long time. It's probably all junk by now. We might as well dump the whole cargo.
Wait a minute, there's one carton down there that looks like it's still in pretty good shape.
The box was sent by Sandy's grandfather, an explorer who disappeared in the Australian outback 38 years ago. This very special present had been delayed a long time, but now it would finally be delivered.
Dear Sandy, would you please go to the store and pick up some things for dinner? Love, Mom. Gotta go.
Cabbage. Carrot.
Well, all done.
Steak and salad, huh? Looks like your dad's home.
Not yet, but soon I hope.
Sandy's father was also an explorer, and she was counting the days until he returned home.
Phew, it's heavy. There.
Sandy, I've got a package here for your grandmother.
For Grandma?
Mm-hmm.
She's
Here
been
it
dead for
is.
38
But
years.
Grandma doesn't live here anymore.
It was sent 38 years ago. It was on a ship that went down in the harbor. They just recovered the cargo a couple of days ago.
Mother, come take a look.
For you, it was sent from Australia.
From Australia?
Yep.
38 years ago. Can we open it?
Let me call Grandma. Grandpa must have sent it before he disappeared.
My, I can't wait to see what it is. I'll come over right away.
Oh, good old lady cartoon voice.
According to the postmark, Grandpa must have sent it to me just before his research team in Australia told us about his disappearance.
I can't imagine what's inside. I hope it's all right after all this time. There. Huh? What could they be?
I haven't the slightest idea.
Look, a teddy bear.
It's an Australian koala bear.
Koala bears sure are cute.
Whoever made it sure knew what they were doing. It must have been expensive.
Why, Mom?
If it was from a factory, it wouldn't look so real. It must have been handmade by an expert.
Let your grandma have a look.
It's actually
here.
taxidermy.
Sure, Grandma.
It does look like a real koala bear. Imagine that after all these years, it's finally arrived.
What do you mean, Grandma?
You see, my dear, your grandfather knew how very much I loved koalas and that I'd always wanted to have one as a pet, so he promised to send me one. That was the last time I heard from him. He was in the Australian wilderness, you see, doing research on koala bears when he suddenly disappeared. Well, I finally have my koala bear.
But that's not a real live koala bear, Grandma. It's a stuffed animal.
Sandy, dear, you must understand. It was Grandpa's last gift to
must
Grandma, which
understand.
makes it
Grandma
very
has seen it.
special.
Yes, I see what you mean.
Grandpa, he was so sweet when he couldn't send a real koala, he sent me this one instead. Take good care of him.
Golly, Grandma. For me?
Be sure to handle it carefully, dear.
Calm down. I'm sure Sandy will take very good care of him. After all, dear, it is only a stuffed animal. Of course, if Grandpa had sent me a real koala, I would have been prepared.
What do you mean, Mother?
Why do you suppose I planted those eucalyptus trees out there? Eucalyptus leaves are the only thing that koala bears will eat.
Well, what do you know? If he were a real live koala bear, he'd be sure to have plenty to eat every day.
Grandma's given you something very special, dear. Aren't you going to say thank you?
I'm glad they
Positively, Mom. Thanks for letting me have him, Grandma.
I'm glad
I
they
think my new
made
koala
sure we
bear's
all knew.
wonderful.
My,
weren't
he
worrying
is
about
cute,
the
isn't he?
koala
And I know that
potholes
you'll
of
take
whether
good
he had-
care of him.
Don't worry, Grandma. I will.
Sandy, dear.
Mm-hmm.
I've got to drive Grandma home, then stop by my office for a while. Why not start your homework and we'll have a nice dinner when I get back?
Okay, Mom.
See you later then. Ready, Mother?
Yes, dear.
I never met anyone from Australia before. In fact, I never met a koala bear till now. I'd love for you to tell me about Australia and what it's like there. If you could talk, I bet I could learn a lot. Of course, I'm not silly enough to really expect you to say anything, but we can still be best friends and have a whole lot of fun together. Whoever made you did a great job. Wow. I can't understand how they sewed you together after you were stuffed. There aren't any stitches anywhere. It really is amazing. And it makes it a lot easier to pretend that you're
is
real.
definitely a taxidermied koala.
In fact, you look so much like a real live koala bear that the first thing I've got to do is give you a name. Now, what should I call you?
I've got to pick exactly the right name for you. Like,
Blinky!
Must be my imagination.
All right,
I thought
his
you
name is
said something,
Blinky,
but how?
not Noozle.
Why, you're not even alive.
Why is it called Noozles?
Are you?
Oh, please don't tickle me anymore. I give up. Honest, I do. Whoa! Whoa!
Noozling the nose.
Whoa! Hi, don't worry. I'm fine. I just need some time to warm up. I'm just a little stiff because I've been sleeping for so long. Know what I mean?
Yeah, sure.
Like I was telling you before, my name is Blinky. What's your name?
What's my name? I'm crazy. I mean, Sandy. I mean that my name is Sandy, but I think I'm going crazy because I'm sitting here talking to a stuffed animal. Are you really talking to me or am I dreaming?
Why, of course you're not dreaming. I'm just as real as you are. See?
But that's impossible. You weren't moving around a few minutes ago.
I am now.
You mean you can make the impossible
he seems
possible?
very energetic for a
Happens
koala.
to be my specialty.
Well, I think you're quite wonderful, Blinky, and I'm very happy to meet you.
You're embarrassing me. Can you tell me how long I was sleeping, Sandy?
Huh? I really don't know, Blinky.
How long ago was that package sent?
Let me see. The mailman told me it was sent around 38 years ago.
Overslept a little, didn't I?
Well, now that you're here and awake, let's be friends. What do you say?
You bet. We'll have lots of fun.
Koalas have an incredibly slow metabolism, right? Oh my god, what's that?
Lots of fun, huh? Without me,
She can float?
I want to go home. Relax, Pinky. Everything's all right. Everything's not all right. You overslept again, didn't you? Goodness. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You've been asleep for so many years, I can't even count that high. Pinky. But now we're going home. You hear me? Come on.
Hold on, Pinky. Don't be in such a rush. This is a wonderful place, and we're gonna have a whole lot of fun here. I promise you. I even made a brand new friend named Sandy.
Huh? Who's Sandy?
Oh, glad to meet you.
Pinky, stop being rude to Sandy. You hear?
Why shouldn't I be rude to someone who's trying to stop us from going home? I'm your sister, Blinky, and you should listen to me, not her.
Hey, Blinky was
Blinky's
the one who
voice
said he
actor
wanted to be my
is
friend. I'm
Brianne
not trying to keep him
Siddall.
here against his will, right?
I don't care what you say. Blinky and I should go home now.
It's not fair to make Blinky leave just because you want to.
I'm very hungry, and I'm sure that Blinky is too. Yes, what do you think we're gonna eat, Smarty?
We'll eat eucalyptus leaves like we always do, Pinky.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Eucalyptus don't grow around here. Huh? Wait a minute, Pinky.
Oh, no, wait.
Believe it or not, I smell eucalyptus.
Blinky is the
Don't
the
believe
boy.
it. There
That's
aren't any
Brianne
around
Siddall.
here.
Yeah,
Oh, yes,
Pinky,
there are.
who
Just
is
look
called
in the
Printy in the Japanese version.
Follow me.
In episodes 1 through 9 is voiced by Cheryl Chase,
Pinky, my nose always
who voiced Angelica in Rugrats.
You two, wait for me.
You see, right over there.
Golly, it's like a dream come true. Boy, oh boy, they sure are beautiful. I'm getting real hungry just from looking at them.
Help yourself.
Whoa! Oh boy!
Well, how is it? Is it good?
It's better than even the finest Australian eucalyptus.
You're just making that up, Blinky, because you don't want to come back home with me.
I bet you're gonna like it once you try
I
it, Pinky.
doubt it.
You see, I told ya.
Noozles was made in Japan.
Golly, she
Was made as Japan was in the midst of a koala frenzy, along with another koala-themed anime titled Koala Boy Cookie,
Mom, find out. Grown-ups cause so much trouble.
which was also broadcast alongside Noozles on Nick Jr. in 1988
You finished all your homework, is
under the
that it,
title
dear?
Adventures of the Little
Nope,
Koala.
it's a much bigger surprise than that.
My, you certainly do seem excited. What is it?
It's absolutely amazing. Come on upstairs, Mom. I just can't wait for you to see this.
Oh, is it going to be a Calvin and Hobbes?
You're lucky. You can just pretend to be a stuffed animal again, but I gotta get out of here.
Oh, yeah. I was hoping the
Do you notice anything out of the ordinary,
I was hoping
Mom?
I see that new stuffed animal of
the
yours,
parents
but
would
why
see
on
them
earth
as
did you put
magical
it
too,
there?
But
and would just be
Mother,
chill
I didn't
about
put
it.
him there.
Huh? Well, then how did he get out there, dear?
By himself.
Himself?
He's not a doll, Mom. He's alive, and he was very hungry.
So he was eating eucalyptus leaves, I suppose.
Mm-hmm. Both of them were. You see, that's Blinky, and he's got a sister named Pinky, and they hadn't eaten ever since they left Australia, so you can just imagine how hungry they must have been.
Yes, dear, of course, he would be. It's only natural after 38 years with no food, I'm sure he'd be very hungry indeed. If he were real, that is. Now, I know it's fun to pretend that he's real, but you and I both know that he's not. Now, don't we, dear?
Honest, Mother, I'm telling you the truth. You've got to believe me. You just gotta.
What is that the guy
Thanks
hanging?
to you.
The
My
little
mom
fuzzy
thinks
guy?
I'm imagining things, Blinky. Now stop
precious.
pretending and come inside. I'll come and get you if I have to. All right.
Oh, girl, you'll break your neck, Sandy. Koala magic.
What happened?
I saved you, of course. But if you weren't holding Blinky, I wouldn't have known you were in trouble, so you better be more careful from now on.
Yeah.
I simply can't imagine why my brother is being so stubborn about staying
Is there
here to
something
make
special
friends with a
about
silly
these
person like you,
koalas?
but I'm stubborn too, and I'll
Or
make him
all
change his
koalas
mind
just
soon enough.
magical
You'll see.
in this
Goodbye.
universe?
Oh! Will you please stop pretending to be a stuffed animal and wake up? What's the matter with you? I just can't understand it. You were moving and talking a few minutes ago. Pinky's right. You are stubborn, aren't you? You win. I give up. See you tomorrow.
The Noozle. You Noozle.
Hi, Sandy. Oh, Mama, Blinky woke up. He's moving around and talking just like I told you. Come and see.
Oh, I'm still so sleepy.
Hey, don't fall asleep yet, Blinky. You gotta stay awake so you can meet my mom. Oh, no, not again. Blinky, wake up.
Sandy? You sound terribly upset. What's the matter, dear? Something wrong?
Blinky was talking, but then he fell asleep again.
Really? You don't seem to have a fever or be coming down with anything. Perhaps all you need is a little more sleep, dear.
I'm fine. Honest.
You must be overtired or you wouldn't be imagining these things. I'm sure all you need is a little more rest, dear. That's all.
Love the gaslighting.
You think I'm making it all up, then I'm lying, don't you?
Of course not. I'm sure that whatever you're imagining seems quite real to you. I know that you'd never lie to me on purpose.
I'm not imagining things, Mom. He is real. When he's asleep like he is now, he's like a doll. But when he wakes up, he's a real animal. And there must be some special way of waking him up that I haven't figured out yet.
I see.
Don't worry, dear. We'll burn the koala bear. So
I'll
that
tell
you can be
what,
free
dear,
from
why
your
don't
delusions.
You go to bed early this evening and get a good night's sleep, and we'll talk about Blinky in the morning, all right?
Blinky. Oh, you? I thought you said you wanted to be my friend. Seems to me if you were really my friend, you would have shown my mother that I was telling the truth. That was a very mean thing to do. Well, what have you got to say for yourself, Blinky? What's the matter with you anyway?
She always nuzzles the bear when she's angry.
See you again? Well, now it's about time. Blinky? Hey! Right! Hi! You know, I think I understand the secret now. All I gotta do is just nuzzle your nose and then you'll wake up again. Whenever
Welcome
I
back,
want
Hal.
you to wake up, I just go
We are
like this.
nuzzling with the
A
Noozles.
little Noozle's all it takes, Sandy.
Golly, this is great. Now that I've learned to wake you up anytime I want to, I know that we're gonna have a wonderful time.
This is an anime from 1984. It was dubbed and aired on Nickelodeon in 1988.
She should have been in bed by now. What is she doing up there?
No, Hal, I'm not familiar with that one.
Hey, maybe this place isn't so bad after all. See? Told ya.
Sandy, what's going on up there?
Sandy? Uh-oh. Hurry up! Into bed, quick! I'm not sleepy at all, you two. I want to play some more. Gee, the moon sure is pretty tonight.
When you're flying up high, it's even prettier. Good idea. Would you like to fly, Sandy?
But
Oh my God.
impossible, Pinky.
It's not impossible when you know as much about magic as I do. But if I let you fly, then you gotta let me and Blinky go home.
I don't care if I never fly at all. Being friends with Blinky's what's important to me. I'll bet you we can find plenty of other ways to have fun. Right?
Friendship is more important than flying.
Just to show you how nice I can be, I'm gonna use my magic and let you go flying anyway.
What's that?
Pinky's Magic Compact.
A magic compact.
Inside the bubble, it'll take us on a magical ride, Sandy.
Okay. Oh, golly.
Here we go.
Pinky, aren't you gonna come with us?
No, thanks. Flying around's not that special for me. I do it all the time. But say hello to Mr. Moon for me. Remember not to close your compact till we're back.
We'll fall to our deaths.
Up and away. What fun.
Zoom in on the compact. What was I supposed to not do? Probably not important.
From up here, the city's all lit up like a Christmas tree. So beautiful.
Uh-huh. Huh?
Pinky is a sociopath.
Gee, Pinky's pulled some nasty tricks, but this is the worst ever.
What's going on, Blinky?
She made the magic bubble disappear by closing her magic compact. We have to go back. Oh, good. She's scared. If she's too scared to play with Blinky, we'll get to go home.
Oh, good. She's scared.
How are ya? Hey, what did I do? I'm just trying to be friendly.
I don't know what it is, but it sure looks scary. Ah! Come on now, Pinky. I know you can hear me. This joke's not funny. Cut it out.
What if something's happened to Pinky's magic compact and she isn't able to help us? Then what do we do?
Hold my hand and take a real deep breath. Don't you worry, Sandy. Everything's gonna be all right. I promise. What have I done? Oh, I better bring them back right away.
They're lying dead on the ground.
I just wanted to scare her a little. Oh, dear.
Oh, Jesus.
So, Blinky took her with him into Magic Sleepy Time. I have to get their noses together to wake them up.
Oh, it's magic sleepy time.
Now. There, that ought to do it. Pinky, hide it.
Magic sleepy time makes you a doll.
Back here.
You're mean. We could have been hurt, you know. Who was it that was gonna eat me up? Hey, my bag of tricks.
What a neat time-traveling watch. Where'd it come from?
Oh my God, they can travel through time?
The of Koala Walla Land himself gave it to us, remember? I forgot. Hey, don't open that. It's magical
Wait.
flying pancake mix.
Sorry, I gotta get this lore. The High Priest of Koala Walla Land?
What a neat time-traveling watch. Where'd it come from?
The high dingy-doo of Koala Walla Land himself gave it to us, remember?
The High Dingy Doo?
That is magical flying pancake mix. Watch out!
Take that shot! I showed her.
Oh, thank you, Hal. Oh my God. That is very long.
Sandy had two incredible new friends, but she had to keep them a secret. Who would believe her? if she told him what she had discovered.
Oh my God.
Look at me! Hooray!
Is this a new episode?
Is that who I think it is?
I think it's a new episode. Should we have a God. All right, hold on. Let me just go back a ways. And then do the slow function. Koalas are fucking horrible animals. They have one of the smallest brain-to-body ratios of any mammal. Additionally, their brains are smooth. A brain is folded to increase the surface area for neurons. If you present a koala with leaves plucked from a branch laid on a flat surface, the koala will not recognize it as food. They are too thick to adapt their feeding behavior to cope with change. In a room full of potential food, they can literally starve to death. This is not the token of an animal that is winning at life. Speaking of stupidity in food, one of the likely reasons for their primitive brains is the fact that additionally to being poisonous, eucalyptus leaves, the only thing they eat, have almost no nutritional value. They can't afford the extra energy to think. They sleep more than 80% of their fucking lives. When they are awake, all they do is eat shit and occasionally scream like fucking Satan. Because eucalyptus leaves hold such little nutritional value, koalas have to ferment the leaves in their guts for days on end. Unlike their brains, they have the largest hind gut-to-body ratio of any mammal. Many herbivorous mammals have adaptations to cope with the harsh plant life taking its toll on their teeth. Rodents, for instance, have teeth that never stop growing. Some animals only have teeth on their lower jaw, grinding plant matter on bony plates in the top of their mouths. Others have large molars that distribute the wear and break down the plant matter more efficiently. Koalas are no exception. When their teeth erode down to nothing, they resolve the situation by starving to death, because they're fucking terrible animals. Being mammals, koalas raise their joeys on milk, admittedly one of the lowest milk yields to body ratio. There's trend here. When the young joey needs to transition from rich, nourishing substances like milk to eucalyptus, a plant that seems to be making it abundantly clear that it doesn't want to be eaten, it finds it does not have the necessary gut flora to digest the leaves. To remedy this, the young joey begins nuzzling its mother's anus until she leaks little diarrhea, actually fecal pap slightly less digested, which he then proceeds to slurp on. This partially digested plant matter gives him just what he needs to start developing his digestive system. Of course, he may not even needed to bother nuzzling his mother. She may have been suffering from incontinence. Why? Because koalas are riddled with chlamydia. In some areas, the infection rate is 80% or higher. This statistic isn't helped by the fact that one of the few other activities koalas will spend their precious energy on is rape. Despite being seasonal breeders, males seem to either not know or not care and will simply overpower a female regardless of whether she is ovulating. If she fights back, he may drag them both out of the tree, which brings us full circle back to the brain. Koalas have a higher than average quantity of cerebrospinal fluid in their brains. This is to protect their brains from injury should they fall from a tree. An animal so thick it has its own little built-in special ed helmet. I fucking hate them. TLDR, koalas are stupid, leaky, STI-riddled sex offenders, but hey, they look cute. If you can ignore the terrifying snake eyes and terrifying feet. Okay, so the nuzzling has some roots in actual koala behavior in really gross ways. Let's get back to the cartoon. Oh boy, thank you, Bella. 1,000 bits from Bella Bunny. That was so perfect, I think you've earned a song of your choice. We will get to that. Much appreciated. Let's watch the second of both of the two episodes on this tape. Now that we have some more disturbing backstory on koalas. You're very welcome.
She had discovered.
Look at me! Hooray! Yeah! Is that who I think it is? Yeah, it's Sandy. I wonder what's up. Hi, Sandy. How you doing? You waiting for anybody?
Yes, Mark. There's someone really special coming over.
Will you tell me who?
Mm-hmm, my grandma. She's coming to stay with me for a while because my mother's going on a business trip.
Oh, Oh, yeah, right. Now I remember you're just a little kid.
What do you mean?
Grandmothers don't come to stay with big girls.
I can stay all by myself any old time I want to.
How
but
dare
I
you
have to
enjoy
like my
quality
grandma.
time with your
Sure,
grandmother?
you're a big girl who isn't afraid to stay by herself, and that's why you're still playing with your little teddy bear.
Hey, cut it out. That's not so. Hey, you come back here.
You're a baby, that's what you are. Sandy's just a little baby.
Look, it just so happens that this isn't an ordinary stuffed animal. It's the only one of its kind in the whole world.
Huh? What's so special about that bear?
I'm sure there's going to be an extended scene at the end of the episode where Pinky uses her magic to torture this boy.
I think that left should have been a right, ma'am.
Who just builds a wall in the middle of the street? Is this Northern Ireland?
Ma'am, are you certain we're going the right way?
Absolutely. Wait a minute. There's no bridge on the way to my son's house. I know there isn't.
Lady, how can I take you anywhere if you're always telling me to go in the wrong direction?
Your grandmother's half an hour late. I've simply got to get going. I hope nothing's wrong.
Gee, Mom, don't think she's lost, do you?
I doubt that, dear. After all, your grandmother used to live in this house, and she's still just as sharp as the first day I met her.
Okay, Mom. Don't worry, Blinky and I have a lot to talk about till she gets here.
Ma'am, are we even close to where you wanted to be this time?
I believe you've taken me 4 or 5 miles out of my way, but I must say it was a very entertaining ride.
Listen, ma'am, why don't you just tell me? Where is it you want to go?
To Fruit Hills, yes, that's it.
Oh, no, Fruit Hills. Do you realize we should have turned right about 16 miles ago?
Right? Are you sure? I'm not usually that far off. All right, then, please drive quickly because my granddaughter's expecting me right now. I could have sworn it was around here. Well, what are you waiting for, young man? Let's get a move on.
Next time you take a cab, just tell the driver where you're going and let him figure out how to get there. Where are you from? It's obvious you're not from around here.
A very large spaceship. From Mars.
What?
Oh my God, what a bad driver.
Hey, lady, you got a great sense of humor, you know that?
He was so startled by her bad joke that he drove into a
Grandmother,
fire
I had an
hydrant.
important meeting and couldn't wait any longer for her.
Right. Anything else, Mother?
Yes, dear. Why don't you try to get some of your homework done before she arrives?
Okay, I hope she comes soon.
Well, I'm sure she'll be here any minute. It won't be long. Bye.
Goodbye, Mom. See you soon. I sure hope she stops treating me like a little kid one of these days.
Oh, Sandy, dear.
Oh, did you forget something, Mom?
Just one thing.
Yes, Mother, what is it?
Remember, I want you to...
Now let me guess.
Huh?
Stay out of trouble, clean up the dinner plates, and say please and thank you to your grandmother, right?
Wow, that's exactly it. You took the words right out of my mouth.
Bye.
Bye. See you soon, dear.
So long. Have a good time now.
Oh, we got another.
I wonder what
Hey,
grandmother is. I sure hope that she's all right.
there's another steam train. Thank you.
It's time to wake up. A little nuzzle will do it.
Stop it, Sandy. You're tickling me.
Oh, that's
Oops, sorry. I didn't mean to,
pretty
Blinky.
horrifying.
What are you so excited about, Sandy?
Thank you,
What
thank
happened?
you, Maya.
Come
Let
on,
me
tell me what's
let
going
me
on.
see.
My grandma will be here any minute now.
The
I never
fecal
met
pap.
a grandma before.
She's real
Why did
nice.
you do this
You'll
to me,
get
Hal?
along with her real well. I just know you will.
Oh.
My grandpa sent you to Grandma when he was working in Australia as a scientist. The packing crate you were in was in a ship that sank to the bottom of the harbor just outside of town.
Oh, good.
When the crate was finally delivered, you were inside. Everybody thinks you're just
this
a
happened
stuffed
20
animal,
minutes ago.
And I'm the only
But I
one
guess
who
for
knows
TV,
that you
they
wake
have
up
to
and become
recap
a
it.
real live koala bear when I give your nose a little nuzzle. On the one hand, I think I should try to keep you a secret, but on the other hand, it's so exciting.
Oh, that's
I think
no
I might
cuter.
just introduce you to Grandma.
I wouldn't do that if I were you. Why not, Pinky? Sandy said she was real nice.
Who asked you, I'd like to know?
Nobody, but I know what's best for me and Blinky a whole lot better than you do. I am his sister now, aren't I?
I know. But when you meet her, don't you dare be rude to her, understand?
Me? I'd never do that.
Listen, my grandma's very special to me, so you just better behave yourself.
Yeah?
Says who?
Just don't be a nuisance or make a lot of trouble because my grandmother's really sensitive and she might not understand about you two.
Why? That isn't any fun.
You're impossible. I don't care if you have fun. You just better be nice to my grandmother. Do you hear me?
You better listen to her, Pinky. She's right.
See, even your brother agrees.
I like it a lot here, and if you keep making trouble, Sandy won't want us to stay.
Well, then, if she doesn't want us to stick around, I guess we'll have to go back to Koala Walla Land. We'd be home again. Oh, Blinky, doesn't that sound just wonderful?
What's so special about that bear? I sure am curious about that. If I could just look through her window, I might just find out. Right. Yeah, another try and I'll be up.
Yeah, I think we'll be wrapping up soon, Hal. Thanks for stopping by. It's been great to have you here. Good luck with the cat delivery.
Oh boy, oh boy. Oh no, it's breaking. It's not gonna hold me. Oh,
I wonder what that was.
You know, I think there's gotta be a better way of doing this. Sometimes just being curious can be dangerous. Now what am I gonna do?
Sandy was voiced by Heidi Lenhart.
It'll be a lot easier now
Who
that
is
I've
also
got this
credited
ladder. I won't
in
have so
anime
far to
dubs
go.
as Melody Lee.
I'm hungry. Come on, let's eat.
I'll open the window so you can reach the eucalyptus trees.
The eucalyptus leaves back home taste better than the ones they've got here.
I'm afraid you'll just have to make do with the ones we've got.
Thief!
Huh?
Huh?
Uh-oh.
Police! I caught you, didn't I, you little robber?
Oh, no.
Yes, you little brat, I see ya. Hold it right there. Don't you dare move.
Huh? Lady, I'm Mark. Please, be quiet.
Mark, what in the world are you doing up in that tree?
I'm just, well,
Well, I got you now. Try to rob our house, will ya?
Let me go, please. You're making a big mistake, honest. Come on, stop it, please.
Mark, what's going on?
My goodness gracious, Sandy, do you know this dangerous rascal?
Yes, Grandma, he's a good friend of mine.
Oh, my. What have I done this time? Guess you're not a robber after all.
Thank you, Mayo.
Gee, think he's all right?
I guess so, but humans are really weak animals, aren't they?
What?
Well, they sure don't know how to climb trees.
It's true that people don't have strong paws like koala bears. That's because they don't live in trees like we do. Just remember, Pinky, they can still do a whole lot of things that are impossible for us.
You're saying that because you like your friend Sandy better than you like me, and I'm your sister.
I do not,
Is he
Pinky.
wearing
Now
the
take
time-
that back.
Sorry,
No.
I was a little distracted.
Oh, Mark, I'm
I haven't
so
been paying close
embarrassed.
attention, but I think I get the plot.
Would another big old piece of angel food cake convince you to accept my apology?
Mm-hmm.
Have they time
I
traveled
knew
yet?
it would. And just think, I called you a robber when
It
you
looked
only
like
came
Blinky was wearing the
visiting.
time
Isn't that
travel.
silly?
Mm-hmm.
I just can't begin to tell you how sorry I am. I didn't mean to upset or harm one of my granddaughter's best friends. Now, how would you like a couple of homemade pies to take home?
You haven't explained why you were climbing that tree outside my window.
Oh, dear.
I want water.
Goodness.
You okay?
Now, if you're all right, Mark, I've got some cookies I want you to
no.
try.
Oh my God, Pinky
My mother
is
used to tell me that there
telepathically
wasn't
strangling the
anything that a glass
boy.
of milk and a plate of cookies wouldn't cure. She was quite a cook, my mother. Taught me all about baking when I was very young. In fact, I've made quite a name for myself. Wait till you taste my hot fudge spaghetti. Sandy, is something the matter?
No. Why, Grandma?
Well, I don't know. You're acting a bit strange, aren't you, dear?
Oh, Blinky, I don't know what to do.
Huh?
If Mark had turned around just now, I would have seen her.
What's going on, Sandy?
Pinky just showed up downstairs just now and
I was
almost...
just having a little bit of fun.
Sure, Pinky.
So what are you going to do about it,
Come back here, you fuzzy little troublemaker. I don't trust you one little bit.
Calm down, both of you, please. Come on.
Come back here, you.
What's going on, for heaven's sake?
Just wait till I... Huh?
Goodness me.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Hello, Grandma.
Oh, my.
Ooh.
Can can I really believe my eyes? My dear, this is wonderful. Yes, those precious toy koala bears are alive. I'm sure this is a miracle. My.
Phew. Boy, am I ever glad you're taking all of this the right way. I've been thinking about introducing you to Blinky and Pinky for some time.
I certainly am happy to meet them.
Oh, good.
My
Grandma
pleasure.
gets to know about it.
Remember, Pinky, you behave yourself.
All right, I'll be as nice as can be, just so long as you promise that we can keep having fun.
My friends back at the Pine Resort will never believe any of this.
Up there.
It's Mark.
Where'd you guys disappear to? Anyway, I gotta get home to dinner now, so thanks for everything. See you later.
I hope she is canonically a space alien.
Blinky, I need help.
Sure, Sandy, with what?
I can't decide.
About what?
Blinky, do you think I should tell Mom about everything that's been going on?
About us, you mean?
Mm-hmm.
Don't tell her. I agree with your grandmother, and she doesn't think it'd be smart to tell
The time travel
anybody.
watch reminds me of those
Maybe
gimmicky
you're right,
like
but I
balance
never touched
bands that
anything
people
from my
were
mother
wearing in like
before.
2008.
But you already tried to
They
tell
were
her, and she
supposed to
didn't
like
believe
align
you.
your chakras with magnets.
That's true, but Mom and I have always been each other's best friends, especially since Dad is away so much of the time. We share everything, and I just don't feel right about her not knowing.
You know, grown-ups are funny about certain things. If she did find out about us, it might upset her an awful lot.
Yeah, that'd be just terrible, Blinky. Maybe you got a point there.
I know I promised to be nice to her grandmother, but this is ridiculous.
And after you finish in there, dear, you don't mind picking up the living room for me, do you?
I do too. Wow! All right, Grandma, I'm finished. The living room is completely clean. I'd like to go and eat my eucalyptus leaves now if you don't.
Oh, yes, Pinky. I forgot that I promised everyone cookies after dinner.
Oh, it's so sticky. Oh, wow. What do I do now? I'm done with all the baking. Can I please go eat now?
I'd rather we went to the Pine Resort so I could check up on everything.
That's just great. I'm the one who's done all the work around this place, and now you tell me that you need to get away for a little vacation?
Don't be silly. The Pine Resort is my home. I own the place.
Well, I want to stay right here.
Oh, if you'd rather not go with me to the resort today, perhaps there's some more housework around here.
Huh?
Well, the floor does need a proper scrubbing, and when you're finished with that, I imagine the garbage needs emptying, and of course, the basement floor does need a new coat of paint, not to mention the fence and the backyard.
Well, as long as you're going to put it that way, I'll take you.
Wonderful. That'll be very
God.
nice. Pinky, I promise we'll be back in time for you to make dinner.
I'll be back with your order in just a second. And tomorrow afternoon, I thought I might just meet a couple of friends for a pleasant game of shuffleboard.
Mm-hmm. Everything looks great to me. Can we go back now?
This place was left to me by my husband, Sandra's grandfather, before he disappeared on his trip to Australia. He bought it for me before he left.
But why?
Well, Pinky, before he disappeared, my husband told me that he wanted to build a resort for men and women who love the outdoors just as much as he did.
It's just like Sandals.
Oh, my.
Pinky, what's wrong?
I don't know where we are, or if I'll be able to find Blinky and Sandy.
My, oh, my, oh, my.
If Blinky falls asleep before we're able to find them, I might not be able to get us back.
I'm sure we'll think of something, won't we?
I'm so tired I can't keep my eyes open. You've got to help me stay awake. If I fall asleep before they come home, Pinky won't be able to find her way back here.
Please don't go to sleep yet. Pinky needs you.
I know, Sandy, I know, but you see, I can't help myself. When my tummy's full, I just can't stay awake.
Wake up. Don't sleep, Blinky.
No, this is an impossible show.
This is so contrived, and I love it.
Gotta stay awake.
Whoa, I don't know where in heaven's name we are, but I've never seen this neighborhood before. Pinky, you keep trying, but you're going to have to try much harder, I'm afraid, because we're simply not making any progress. And by this time, my granddaughter must be wondering where we are. Ah, bingo. Oh, my goodness, Pinky, we've got a way home after all. We'll take that taxi cab.
Yes, but unless we get back home before Blinky falls asleep, I might be left behind, Grandma.
I promise I'll get you back to Sandy and Blinky just as fast as possible. Don't you worry about it.
I almost got fired, and I wasted half my afternoon getting a replacement for the cab I cracked up this morning.
Please, Pinky, I'm very ticklish. Don't move around like that.
But I can't get comfortable. Oops, here he comes.
A customer. About time. Great.
Hello?
that who I think it is?
Whoa! I'd like to go to number 1 Fruit Hills, if you please. My goodness, don't I know you from somewhere?
I don't mean to offend you, lady, but do you think you could possibly find another cab? Because I'm getting out of here!
Oh, what bad luck.
I need a vacation. A nice long vacation.
Come on now, Blinky. Please try to keep your eyes open. Blinky!
He just backs up and drives off a cliff into the ocean.
What? A spaceman!
Please, Blinky,
Grandma
you've
is
got
an
to
alien.
stay awake. Oh, it's Pinky and Grandmother. Great. They're back.
Of course they are. Good night.
Well, I'll get you, Mr. Spaceman. You'll see.
It's an E.T.
Just
reference.
like E.T., I'm gonna point you to the stars, and you're gonna fly across the moon like Elliot's bike did, the same way.
Oh, wow.
On the other hand, this
Really
is the moon,
direct
and I
E.T.
have a bunch of
reference.
homework to do, and my mom will be real mad if I don't get home right away.
Just like the movie E.T. by Steven Spielberg. In
Wait till I
theaters
tell
near
Boogie
you.
and Pinky I saw the kid from E.T. Oh, boy!
That lizard is my favorite character.
Hey, everybody, you know what? I don't think my daughter-in-law will be home from her trip until tomorrow morning, so let's put on some music and bring out the goodies. Come on, we're gonna break dance, get down, and boogie.
All right. We're gonna have a party. I love it. This is so much fun. Parties make me happy.
Boy, I'm sure glad we finished up early.
Yes, my daughter isn't expecting me until later. She'll be surprised to see me.
Is this just how every episode ends, with an unsanctioned koala dance party? Oh my god, the star chorus line.
Yeah.
This is great.
Hello, guess who's back?
Oh, get down and boogie!
Oh!
Party! Isn't that weird, Pinky? For a moment there, I thought I heard my daughter-in-law say that she was home.
I must be dreaming.
Oh!
Oh. Oh, Mother. Are you okay?
Oh, dear.
Use your koala magic to erase her
Tell me,
memory.
what's wrong?
Oh, I'm sorry. I felt a bit dizzy, that's all. I'm going to lie down and rest.
What is it? What's the matter, Mother?
I must have worked too hard on this trip. I didn't realize I was so tired. Sandy, I think I'm starting to see things.
Well, yes, dear. You just need a nice long rest. Sandy, get your mother some nice warm milk.
Milk? Grandma, why?
It'll help your mother sleep better. She's had quite a long day.
I've got your milk, Mother. I hope it makes you feel better. Here.
Thanks, dear. That's very nice of you.
Mother, I wanted to talk to you about something.
Don't worry, darling. I'm sorry if I frightened you, but after I get a good night's sleep, I'll be just fine.
Of course. I just want you to know how nice it is to have you back home again.
Thank you, dear. Now, what's new with you? Did you get a letter from your father today?
No. Maybe tomorrow. You've been so quiet. What is it?
I'm assuming the dad never shows up in the show.
Isn't she?
Yeah, I'm very lucky.
Lean hard into the absentee father trope.
I wish Pinky thought so.
Japanese cartoon.
What do you want?
Not much, just a little bit of peace and quiet, and I want to go to sleep now. It's way past your bedtime anyway. You gotta get up early tomorrow, remember?
Oh, gee, that's right. I have to go to school tomorrow. Well, good night, you two.
Sweet dreams, Sandy, and thanks for a great day.
I'll bet you tomorrow will be even better. Yes, I'm sure it will.
That's it. 100% crayon missile. Yeah, Pinky did was voiced by the same voice actress that did Angelica. Woo. That was Nuzzling with the Noozles. Our first of 2 Noozle tapes sent in by Bella Bunny. Thank you. It's good to know that the Noozles are worth watching, I think. Blinky and Pinky's Excellent Adventures features a basket of kittens and a koala wizard. So we'll have to watch that later. This was a lot of fun. I feel like this has been... I kind of just picked these with a little bit of intention, but not attempting to put together a slate of excellent tapes. And I think we got an excellent variety of VHS content today. Thank you to Bella Bunny for rewarding me for my bad behavior by cheering 1,000 bits. I think you've earned a song of your choice. I have chosen... It's going to be More Bells and Whistles, because we haven't heard that one in a while. Actually, no. Sorry. I remembered that Don't Touch Me exists. So we're watching Don't Touch Me. And then another one that I don't think has ever been requested. So here we go. This is the hottest new dance. Please do this at the clubs, kids. I assume you all go to the clubs.
Ecstasy drives me insane, collapsing in exquisite.
Well, it's time to start. You can show them these dance moves. Start a trend.
Don't touch me with your love. Don't touch me with your love. Don't touch me with your love. Don't touch me with your love.
It's not in sync. That makes it better. I just have to try and be 400 milliseconds ahead. It's really hard to do that. Ah, God, that little head sway at the end.
身體健康，龍馬精神，多謝各位。
Today, we have watched Century of Warfare, The Air War. We toured England. We got the best Robin Hood cartoon I've ever seen. We learned not to screw around with moose. We learned how expensive it is now to go to Sandals. We remembered the Babysitters Club. And we were introduced to the Noozles. What have you learned, everyone? Anything good? Have you enjoyed these tapes? I certainly have. And I thank you all for being here. I can't pick a highlight. I guess Robin Hood was my favorite. If you held a bow to my head and made me pick. But Noozles were good. Sandals had some great 90s bikini babes and 90s interior decorating. Don't close the compact. Amore! God, how many ways can you torture the word amore into selling your resort experience? Ah. Wonderful. Well, thank you, everybody. Thank you for your kind support and viewership. I will be back on Wednesday. Same time, same place, 10 a.m. I don't live in California anymore. Eastern. I haven't lived in California in 10 years. Eastern. Yeah. See you then. Have a lovely week. Happy Monday. Enjoy yourselves. Be kind. And which button do I press? It's this one. Bye, everybody. See you around.